We are live. And so is 1.1. That's right. I'm like the last content creator to play it. But I tested my... Hold on, I got a tangle. I tested my mods and everything works perfectly. So we have an uninterrupted continuation of the mods. Look at this. Look at this tangle. Hold on. Everything's twisted. Gotta untwist my headphones. There we go. Today was a crazy day. A lot of stuff going on. I was at a party until like an hour ago. Rushed home. Barely had a chance to make sure that the mods worked. And here we are. All right, let's take a look at the new load screen. Many of you guys have probably already seen this. Hello again, everyone. The wait for 1.1 to reach the stable version is finally over. So we are here. So the first part of this stream, we're probably gonna play. Well, it was a twist. It wasn't a tangle, it was a twist. What a twist. So we're gonna play with the 1.1 features. All right, so we're gonna mess around with those for a little while, probably not too long, and then we are gonna start the construction of our final building in the southern half of our city, and it's this bad boy. I pulled up a couple other pictures. I've got this one, and remember, this is purple, so I'm probably gonna do these edges. And then maybe a band up here around the top. I'm not sure. Look at that. It's right next to another twisty building. And this is so reflective. We're gonna have to do some testing on this. And there is some lights though. But look at that. It's right next to another twisty building. I had no idea. So that's pretty cool. So we're gonna start putting that together tonight. We've also got a 3D model that we can use, but I actually think this will come together relatively quickly. This is all straight lines and 45-degree angles. The real question is, do we put a neon purple line on all of this? We might. Like each of these thick white lines. And then how exactly do we get this shine? I've got some ideas. And it's basically going to be like what we did for the other building, the John Hancock, where we put a window with a sign behind it. So yeah. What is this? So you can turn the building like that. So that was just a website, Sketchfab. It's a 3D model in Sketchfab. I've used Sketchfab before for a lot of my Star Wars buildings. There was somebody had done a model and it existed in Sketchfab. So it's kind of one of the first places I look. We didn't have this for a couple of our buildings, but we had it for a lot of them. And YouTube, Shy Finnick, Lina, Elizabeth, Mikey. I thought you weren't doing 1.1 until you're done with the Cyberpunk City. There is no, you can't not do 1.1. This is the game. This is not experimental. 1.1 is live for the game. So there's no choice. Like, okay, I could have done some weird shit probably, but no, this is an update to Satisfactory. It is live. There's really no choice. No, I was never gonna wait on 1.1 until I finished the Cyberpunk City. When I finish the Cyberpunk City, I am done with Satisfactory for the foreseeable future. So no, this is the game. If you go in and you play Satisfactory, this is what you get. Good evening, Ken. Quick question. I don't know if you can help me, but how do I add Satisfactory to Nitrado dedicated server? I have no idea. Google's probably going to be your best bet there. I certainly don't have any specific information. And Ian's here too. You had a large can fall on your shoulder top and bruise it. Good. You're misunderstood? Yeah. No. 1.1 is just Satisfactory. Like I said, I could have done some, I think it's possible to do some weird instance version of like an old build, but I'm not going to do that. This is just the game. All right. So let's pop in and let's see what we got. Hopefully I'm a little bit more stable. That would be nice, because I'm still crashing a bit. But I'm doing pretty good, Mikey. Doing pretty good. Back to fasting tomorrow. Today was the last social sort of event where I was eating. So I'm going to be fasting Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday until dinner. So a 72-hour fast. 3 days. And then I'll probably have a few meals this weekend, and then we'll go into next week with more plans for fasting. I'm telling you right now, guys, I was outside all day and it was windy. My eyes are going to be absolutely horrendous today. I apologize in advance. I did take my eye drop allergy medicine about 5 minutes before I started the stream, so we'll see how it goes. But it's already runny eyes and nasty. Okay. All right, so where did we leave off in the game? So in the game last time, basically for 2 streams, Mikey, I struggled and I fought with even liquid production to these blueprints that make our rocket fuel. I tried a bunch of different things and I got upset. I screamed, I yelled, I cussed, I blamed my wife for it, even though it wasn't her fault. I blamed Oki Sooner, even though it was his fault. And this is where we left it. I think this is as good a design I can possibly make it. And basically it all just has to do with routing. How do you route water into these blueprints? I think there was a lot of things going on. I think my choices of exactly how I was doing it could have been better. I was kind of designing for simplicity and precision. I should have designed for more robustness, okay? More ability to, you know, be imperfect and still work. And there's a kind of a startup procedure that I'm did a little bit differently. A lot of little things, and I'm not 100% sure exactly which of those little things is really going to put us over the edge. But in terms of like a design, I'm not going to change it from here. This is it. Now, I may, if I'm worried that there's a bug pipe, or maybe I redo a pipe, and set the pump differently. All those are still on the table. But in terms of like moving around the pipes, this is the very best design that I can. And it basically, hey, Gigolo, and by the way, Shoddy Plays, thank you for the follow. Basically, I'm kind of following two rules. Okay. Well, a lot of rules. So water comes up, it's pumped up. Let's go a little thicker. That's what she said. So water comes up. Okay, it's pumped up, and then it starts dropping into blueprints. All right. So one big change is these are all in a line instead of dropping in the middle, and then the water has to go this way and this way. We're all now dropping in, all of them drop in on the end, and all the water goes this way. That's one. Another one is that I deleted and redid a bunch of pipes, especially inside the blueprint, which I have a feeling that maybe it was bugged. I don't know for sure on that one. Maybe that's just coping and me trying to come up with a way of explaining why my design didn't work. The other major thing that in terms of design that I did is made sure that the amount of water that we need is less than 600. Now, I know for a fact that it is possible to get 600 reliably out of a line of liquid and use it all. I know because I've done it. For whatever reason, this time I couldn't make it happen. And so maybe it's because 1.0 is different than update 8, which is the last time I got reliable stuff out of, reliable full 600. Constant Conrad rated you with a party of 52. Wow. Welcome. We are rated. There are Lego heads everywhere. We are like 5 minutes into the stream, guys. Literally 6 minutes. And a bunch. Well, you know what? We just started. How about we do a little tour of the city? So there's two major things going on today in today's stream. One is 1.0 just hit. And so we're going to be looking at those features. I haven't seen it yet. I did not play 1.1 just hit. I did not play 1.1 in experimental, anything like that. And so, sorry, it's already bad, guys. I was outside all day. And so we're going to be looking at some of those 1.1 features and kind of playing with them a little bit, getting to know them. No Red Bull on days I have to get up and work. And so we're going to be doing that, but we're also going to be adding a new building, or the beginnings of a new building, to my city. Now I'm going to show you guys the city. All right, here's a little quick glimpse of it. But we're going to be actually adding in this empty spot over here. This is a new addition. It's called the Mercury City Building. This is going to be our aluminum factory. And today we're going to start building the outside. Hopefully get this done in the next few days. This looks very simple, especially compared to some of the other stuff I've built in here that you'll see in a second. But this is kind of the plan. I've got a free 3D model here. We're going to primarily use this. Lighting wise, it's purple's turn. So this is going to be outlined with our neon purple. Here's a couple more pictures of this. This is the content for today. Again, I'm still going to do a little tour here in a second. Yeah, this is what it looks like in real life. We're gonna do the shine. I've got some ideas on how we're gonna do this, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, the city looks insane. By the way, this picture right here is my theme, right? This is kind of my Bible that I look back to when kind of designing buildings. And so we're gonna fit that Mercury city in this, and it is Purple's turn. So he's gonna be purple. We just did 2 teal buildings back to back. All right, well, let's pop down and let's take a look. So really quickly, this is my Fixmas factory. This factory won 8th place in Coffee Stain Studios Fixmas contest. It is Nakatomi Plaza. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. And if you don't think so, well, it's okay that you're wrong. It is okay. See, there you go, Nakatomi Plaza. Oh, that's the new photo mode. We're gonna have to be playing with that, boys. That's a new 1.1 feature for sure. We're gonna be playing with that. Speaking of snowmen, there is some kind of ritualistic thing happening here. We're still not sure what they're summoning. I will let you guys decide that. And then the rest of this is the city. Now, the idea here is that every building is its own factory. Basically, all construction from nothing to finalizing the space elevator can be made and will be made in this city. Now, I did make some starter factories to help get us going, of course, right? Because you can't build something from nothing. And so, you know, there is factories that aren't in here, but the idea is that everything in here could exist. I mean, everything that I need exists in here. So let's get what's a good, purpley sunset, yeah. That's probably pretty good. All right, so each of these buildings are their own factory. We'll talk about them in a second. This center building, the space elevator is on top. This is the central storage. Obviously, I did talk about the Fixmas factory. This one right here is the one we just finished, and we're still keeping an eye on it. We're still tweaking it, maybe. I am trying to get this at 100% efficiency over a long period of time. And I actually do have a very easy visual indicator for that. And that is if all of these coal plants get red lights become green. Okay, and so we've made some changes. This requires a crap ton of manifold time the way I've got this set up, but if we do get that last light green, that means we've been at 100% for hours, uninterrupted 100% for hours. That's the only way to get that last line green. The idea here is that the compacted coal, that is a leftover of, or a byproduct of the rocket fuel, it goes into these smokestacks, these coal generators, for mostly a visual aesthetic thing, although it is an extra 6,000 power, so I guess that's not nothing. And so we'll be taking a look at this later and kind of checking in on our light situation. Ray is here. But until then, let's do a little bit of a tour. And let's get on our tour by road, because that is the best way to tour any city, but especially a cyberpunk city, and especially at night. Hey guys, how you doing? I really appreciate all the raiders and everything. And I appreciate the raid. And let me, although I didn't have very many, most of everybody who's watching me came from you guys, but let's see. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Let me get you a shout out. I do appreciate the raid. All right. Why is my shortcut not working? Something's changed. Can I not hit one? How do you change? What happened to my rocket? Jetpack. I used a macro and it's no longer good. So you can't hit 1 when you get here anymore? No, it loads it. Well, this is the first thing we have to do. Don was on when I walked to the taco truck, and now you're on. Well, he just raided me. So hold on, guys. We've got to take a look here, because I've got a pretty big change, and it makes me wonder if some other settings have been changed. Because remember, today's the first day of me playing 1.1. Is all our video still the same? Our video settings look good. Still DirectX 12, max FPS at 85, NVIDIA DLSS, no frame generation. I am playing this on a 5090. I have MSI Supreme Liquid. What about controls? What happened to, or key bindings, what happened to the button to put your backpack on? Switch out your backpack. I am disappointed. Does anybody know the answer? And Mikey, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Oh my God, you guys, YouTube was bugged. YouTube chat, I missed a bunch of YouTube chat. I just see it. Okie Sooner, Fireball, Ray, you're gonna have yourself a beer. Yeah, I just finished dinner. Sorry. We got a lot of stuff going on here. I want to get to a tour. Never seen Die Hard, so your opinion is invalid. Sean, how many megawatts of coal is this roughly? 6 or 9,000, I can't remember. Sorry. Minikin is here as well, and she's officially off school for the summer. She's getting her cat tomorrow. All right, are we all caught up? Your macro was reset as well. It's a keybind problem. The macro still works. It's a keybind problem. So instead of sending it to, so it's a bug. Somebody said, Josh, the depot taking your jetpack was a bug in 1.1 experimental. They just didn't fix it. All right, so apparently it's a bug. I'm not going to be able to use my macro, which is dangerous. My most viral YouTube short is based on the fact that I don't always have the right jetpack on. So we're gonna have to be careful about that. All right. So without any further ado, let's tour the city. And what is this? I can't turn off the... Oh, T. Okay. All right, T instead of P for UI removal. All right. So here is the city. And again, this big blank spot here is going to get a new tower. As of today, we're going to start working on it. Let's go through the tunnel first. This is the underground tunnel to get from one side of the power factory to the other. And then each of these little enclaves, these garages, have truck stops that we use to move items in and out of this factory, mostly rubber and plastic to the various other factories. The other idea here is that each of these buildings, they have a different set of inputs and outputs, and they share them with the other buildings. And that sharing happens via truck. And then this is the last building, and then we move to the northern part of the city, where we're going to be building the phase 4 space elevator parts, and then all of phase 5. By the way, Crapple Frats, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate it. And here's my off ramp from my from said freeway, and then our overpass. This building right here is the steel factory and motor factory and heavy modular frames factory. And it's based on a building in Bahrain. And this building is the Shard. This is based on the building, the Shard, in London. And it makes our basics factory. And then this is my gas station. This is how we fill up trucks that go between the buildings, rather than picking out, like, rather than running rocket fuel to each of the buildings. Although that probably would have still been easier. To be honest with you, I just wanted a freaking gas station. And the name of this gas station is the Nostromo Fueling Station. Cool stuff. I'm headed to London tomorrow. Hope to see the Shard and compare it to your build. Nice. Well, you know, they're pros, so it better be better than mine. All right, so let's keep going. I mean, actually, to be honest, we've pretty much hit it all. Oh, this is the computer factory here. This is based off of the John Hancock building in Chicago. Yeah, but they don't have as good a lighting, too dreary and overcast all the time. Well, it is summertime. So yeah, let me know, guys, especially if you're new and you're part of the raid, if you have any questions, anything that you want to see more of that I didn't show. Oh, I can show this. This is where we are on the map. Ooh, I have the wrong fuel on here. There we go. This is where we are on the map. We are above the red forest and things are looking pretty. Oh, I do have a subway down here. This delivers all of the raw materials to just beneath the buildings in which they are used. Uh-oh. Now, one last thing for everybody to see. And this is out in the Dune Desert. So part of what I needed for this setup here in this city is a resource hub to send all raw resources to, and then to reshuffle them up and load them on trains in a way that is the most convenient for the factories up here in the city. And so what I decided to do to solve that problem is make a giant resource and train hub. However, I made it with a particular design in mind. And if you have watched any 80s sci-fi, you may recognize it. Oh, see, I did it. See, I loaded the damn... That's it. That's gonna hurt me. Because I just use my macro as a matter of course. All right, let's go. Last little piece of the tour here. How do you get rid of the thing? There we go. This is the Tyrell Corporation Pyramids. And this is my giant train hub. I really like how he turned out. You know, the tube launcher sounds the same as the sound after colonoscopy? No. This is our train hub. This is the top lane, or the top floor that sends out all of our materials as they go to the city. I need to handle something quick. I think I am going to get that Red Bull. I just have to message the staff. All right. Staff has been notified. That build is amazing. How many hours does this save? I think we're at 660 or so. What are we at? 680. We're at 680. Man, I had a long day, guys. A long ass day, but we're gonna get there. All right, so there you go. That's the tour. Let's head back. Thank you for the follow, OP Wolf Mod. Nailed it. Okay. All right, so let's talk about 1.1. Let's get some light on the situation. And the very first thing that I want to talk about, I've had some requests, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to showcase the merger. All right, my guess is we've got some things in the MAM. Or is it in the shop? There we go. Who's ma'am? All right. We're going. All right, we need some reinforced iron plate.
Priority merger unlocked. Useful for prioritizing between inputs to avoid eventual stoppage. If you have an issue with stoppage somewhere else, consult a physician instead.
That was pleasant. Guys, we're out of tickets. We're not gonna get any of this stuff. You know, I really should have been saving tickets. You know, this is on me. So, you know, I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna do here. I'm just kidding. We got plenty of tickets. Did I miss the wall hole? I got you.
Due to Pioneer requests and several reported issues with staircases, there is now a more efficient solution. The Fix-It personnel elevator ensures optimal safety by putting a Pioneer in a box controlled by a rudimentary AI, specialized in soothing a straining mind. Exposure to a Fix-It personnel elevator is recommended to be a minimum of 2 minutes per day for optimal gain.
Hog hunt has been scheduled. Best to get to it. Hog hunt. Yeah, I was just trolling. I got plenty of tickets. You tried to raid me with your 4 views, but it wouldn't let you on YouTube or Twitch. DNA capsule to the master? I know, my man. I was trolling. I have 800 tickets. It's not a problem. And I'm well beyond the need for DNA capsules. Especially not for 30 tickets. I'm just messing with you. All right. Let's get this priority merger out of the way. So first thing I want to do is I want to talk about how I used to accomplish this task before today and how I'm going to accomplish this task after. And particularly the one I'm talking about is what I run into a lot is when I want to make a belt compressor. And what a belt compressor does is it takes it takes 2 belts, one at least of which are not full. Most of the time, both are not full. And then it takes the total amount of those two on those 2 belts and jams it into the full belt. Anything that is left over goes into the overflow. And so that is how I used to do that sort of belt compression. Not anymore. We do not need 4 in a complicated setup anymore. We need only 2. All right, so we're gonna go with a crash. We are starting off right. If anybody that is smarter than I am wants to tackle potentially figuring out or giving me any advice on things that I could change to maybe improve the chances of me not crashing, I have pasted the crash report in Discord. Yeah, on Twitch, I know. I don't know why it wouldn't let you raid with 4. I've been raiding. I've seen a raid with 1. Yeah, it looks so weird in full daylight. A little bit, huh? Yeah, rip indeed. The answer is 42. But that wasn't the question. Yeah, it may look like I'm fading. My eyes are really bothering me today. I always have bad allergies in the summer in Northern California, and it's one of the reasons I don't even mow my lawn anymore. It knocks me on my ass, and today I was outside and it was very windy. So I'm kind of, my eyes are struggling a little bit, but I am with you guys. What do we have to re-unlock this crap? Yeah, that's done, but I bet you we gotta redo the awesome shop and sink. Actually, we don't even, oh no, we didn't need to do that. We have it. Yeah, I think we got everybody. Yep, we did. All right. So I think I may, here. Let's see if this crashes me. No, I didn't think so. It was just a coincidence. I switched to the priority merger right when it crashed. Would splashing some water on your eyes help at all? Well, I've already taken some eye drops. Yeah, I know all about allergies in Northern California. You live in Northern California. Nice. I live in the greater Sacramento area. And I'm mostly allergic to trees. And I live in a city. It's actually not a city. It's more of a township named after a tree that I'm allergic to, of which there are several around my house. But I actually wasn't around my house tonight. I was around somebody else's house. Okay, let's see if we can't do this again. And maybe we won't crash. If we start crashing like back to back very soon, and it really hinders our ability to play the game, we may get a little bit more active about trying to solve this problem. All right, so we want a priority merger and a priority splitter. You're like an hour and a half from my apartment. Yeah, I live in the burbs. The burbs outside of Sacramento, and we're being raided again. 6 Demon Shadow. Thank you for the raid, my friend. And I thank you for the follows too. We're going over the new 1.1 items. A bunch of follows. First thing that I'm gonna do is show my new, what I'm gonna use for belt compression moving forward. All right. And how this would set up. All right, and so what we want to see here let's go ahead and do Mark 2 so we can see the items a little bit more easily, but it doesn't matter, it's the same concept. Ooh, actually, I've got an idea. Let's do a Mark 2 to there, and then a Mark 1 to there. So the idea here is that both of these belts will be half full. Let's change it up. Let's go a Mark 3. And a Mark 2. Okay, and then let's make you a Mark 3. All right, so I got 120 here. I got 120 here. This guy can add to... Oh, this is such a pain in the butt. Let's do a full Mark 3 here. All right, so I got 120 here. I've got 270 here, but only 270 fits here. Okay, we need the priority merger because we need to make sure that this belt doesn't back up. Without it, we would have needed to do another set of merger and smart splitter to handle that backflow. Bust out the calculator. I don't use a calculator, bro. Calculators are for the weak. I use Excel. All right. So let's put those in there. And those in there. You need to be 3. Okay, and so now this will make sure that we're full here and that this never backs up. And then whatever can't fit on both of those belts gets pushed here. All right, and so everybody flows. Now, if this is a regular merger, there's a risk that this backs up. See, now this is backing up. This one's not, but this one is. Not anymore. You know, if there's any spaces, if I pick some of these off and make some spaces, it gets filled with the other belt. Actually, Excel is a calculator. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, it's a much bigger calculator. I do draw plans with it. All right, so I hope that answers some questions about at least one use for the priority merger. Okay, what else can we play with? Let's head over here. It excels as a calculator. Yeah, but only if you have access to it. Word. All right, where is our... This is actually something that I need, because what this is an overflow. When I have too much plastic in this system, it sinks it, because my plastic and rubber come in on the same truck, and whatever has too much gets overflowed. But I know that we are sending a little bit too much plastic, and so now once our little buffer fills up, we will start sending some plastic any second on this overflow to the sink. Bluvaro, member for 3 months. Thank you, Bluvaro, YouTube member. There are calculators, and then there's Excel. Yeah. King question, are you fasting the full 72 hours, like no food at all? Yeah, no calories at all. More than no food, no calories for 72 hours. That's the goal. I may have to, eat some walnuts or something. But the goal is no calories. And I've done that. I did that last week. Can we speed this along, please? All right, there we go. Gonna have to be, that's probably an average, right? Oh, we can look at it. It's very nice. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the potential uses for that. I think debugging is probably the #1 for me. I wonder if we can... Be nice if I could zoom out. You do intermittent fasting? Yes. And I usually do intermittent fasting, but I let myself go a little bit, and I am boosting the gains, or in this case, the losses. I'm going to be doing some little bit more extended kinds of fasting to help kind of get myself going. Okay, nice. What else do we want to play with? I don't want to necessarily play with the elevator quite yet. We'll put him in the new Mercury City building. Oh, let's you guys want to take some pictures? I'll probably do a lot of this picture taking. Dangerous? No. You have to kind of keep an eye on things. You have to keep an eye on your electrolytes. I mean, it also depends. Is it dangerous for somebody that doesn't have a lot of extra weight on them, a lot of extra built-in energy buffers into your body? Is it more dangerous for those people not to eat? Well, of course. I could, if you run the math, I have enough energy to walk from here. I could probably walk 2,000 miles without eating a single bite of food. I have that much energy stored on my body right now, right? And so me not eating is much different than, you know, when my 6-year-old that has like 0% body fat on him, when he doesn't eat. Kevin's games fast for a month. Kevin James, yes. With supplements and water, always water, always water. And then I take electrolyte supplements. Electrolytes are the biggest thing. If you don't eat enough potassium, if you don't have any potassium in you, some bad things can happen. That happened to David Blaine when he was above London in the box. He got what is called refeeding syndrome. Basically, what happens is if you don't have enough potassium, the act of digestion requires, I think it's potassium. It's an electrolyte, and could be magnesium. I get it mixed up. But basically, if you don't have it, then your body steals it from all your organs when it comes time to eat again. It's why the soldiers, the US soldiers, had to stop feeding the people that they found in the concentration camps, because it can be very, very, oh wow, look, we saw a crash. Nice. It can be very dangerous if you don't have the right electrolytes to go back to eating when you haven't been eating. And then there's some other things too, like you could lose some of your digestion bacteria if you go too long without eating, and so you may have to take microbiotics or whatever it is to kind of get things going again. I once made the mistake after a 3-week fast of eating bread. Don't do that, because digesting bread and the yeast and stuff in there is tough when you haven't been digesting anything. So low fat, no bread. You can have like different kind. It's not the carbs necessarily, it was the bread. But low fat, when I come back onto eating, 72 hours is like nothing for me. I just start to feel pretty good. I've done 3 weeks. That's the longest I've done straight with no calories. It was awesome, and I made a lot of progress towards my goal. I felt really, really good, but there were some downsides. I know that dude was trying hard to drift that corner. I know. All right, I want to play. I'm not going to go crazy with this, you guys, but I do want to just see what we can do really easily and quickly. You just do 19 hours every day, 2 meals. Nice. Yeah, I usually do when I am on. I really like 24. So 20 hours of fasting, 4 hours eating. That works for me. You like 19 and 5 basically. Nice. I'm essentially doing 1 meal a day, but I do break it up in that 4 hours. Okay, so let's play with this a little bit. Show settings. Zoom. Ooh, decoupled. Nice. Wow. All right, well, we need a little bit of light here. go with our neon purple color. Still a bit dark, huh? Let's bring a little bit of light here. I just want to get a feel for this. Oh man, we got aperture. Ooh. All right, let's get the sign clear. But everything else blurry. Oh, we can autofocus to it. All right, so we'll definitely do that. Wow. Unbelievable. This is crazy. Like, and I knew this was good. I just haven't done this myself. Ooh. I'm a sucker for contrast. And ooh, we can raise the... Nice, we were a little dark. You don't need any tint. Wow. There's color filter strength, nice. Effects settings, polarized. Wow. Man, there's so much to do here. Do a little bit of bloom. Oh yeah, I like my bloom. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be able to even scratch the surface on this. How long can these dollies be? Oh my God, there's ease in and ease in out. I'm gonna spend a lot of time on this. All right, Demon, have a good night. we're going to get some, I mean, here, let's get some, like, we can get a flyover of our, how am I falling? Can I not get this far? Am I too far away from the Pioneer? I guess I'm too far away from the Pioneer. Oh my God. I'm just gonna play with this a little bit more. All right. Okay. Oops. Oh, where'd the dolly go? Dolly. Honestly, I could probably play with this. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, we got to ease in and ease in, ease out, ease in, out. Yes, we're easing in and out. I'm going to wait for the truck to come by one more time, and then we're going to play it. What happened to our... Oh, sorry, I missed the truck. And autofocus. Oh my God, flying truck. That seems new in 1.1. I didn't know we had flying trucks. We're gonna wait till a couple more trucks come down this line, and then we're gonna play my little dolly shot again, and then we'll call it off to the next thing. But yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous. This is, I'm gonna spend a lot of time on this. Oh, we can set a bunch of different tracking points. The autofocus. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense that it would do that. Nice. There's a lot going on here. All right, guys. I can play with that all day. The flying Ford Angela and Anglia. It's the car from Harry Potter, right? Yep, that was in 1.1. What else, guys? You should hire your editor to also be your director. Yeah. All right. What else? What else to go over in 1.1? Vertical nudging. All right, so very nice. That is going to be very, very handy. And then sample and paste. Yep. Very nice. What else, guys? What else am I forgetting? Does it include paint? Yes, it does. Scarlet Kiss, welcome. Flemballer as well. And what am I forgetting? There's some other things I'm forgetting. Oh, the vertical splitter. Oh, and the nice. That is good. This is very good. Yeah, BP Auto Connect. That was the other one. All right, let's test BP Auto Connect with one of our pre-mades. I'm not happy with my microphone stand yet, guys. I still haven't gotten another one yet. Cyberpunk City, buildings. Let's do this guy. We'll go Crystal Oscillator. All right, so this guy here, let's pretend we're building our bus line. Yeah, it was backwards. All right, now how do I get the auto connect thing to work? Auto connects. No. Blueprint auto connects. Default auto connects. Set it to blueprint mode. Line them up. Press H to lock. Then change. Oh, okay. Does it have to be in blueprint mode? What if I want to do an auto connect, but not in blueprint mode? See, like this? There needs to be a belt. All right, so I can't do holes. Okay, all right, let's... All right, Mark II Blueprint Maker. This is all good to know because I'm going to be designing. I need to learn this now because I'm going to be designing new blueprints that take advantage of this. I need to know how the damn thing works. We won't design these for the new factory today. We're going to do the actual exterior today. But we will do this Friday, you know, in the next couple of streams for sure. All right, let's leave that up in case. There she blows. Ooh, how do I disconnect? I don't want that one. Man, it really liked that. Do I just have to delete it? There's probably a way. Wow, I didn't even have to. I mean, I can go out here. What if I want it in close? Nice. And then how do I can't be it has to be move it further out. Yeah, once the nodes, okay. You'll see nodes connecting on the hologram face. From everything I've done and seen, you have to add a piece of belt. I did, okay, got that. And once the nodes have made a connection, you can then move the hologram and the connection will stick. Do I click once? Yes. Got it. It's so good. Well, sure, it'll only stretch so far. I mean, and then what I'm thinking is like when you're doing big long belt runs, you know, and you gotta knock out a bunch of belts. Like that was so tedious. Like, you know, when you do sky belts now, no problem. So you just get into the position where it has everything you want and then just move it. Oh, I can spin it too. Oh my God. Dirty. This thing is dirty. Wow. Absolutely dirty. We're gonna have fun with this. So I did the belt in the hologram auto connect to the merger, but not the other way around. Well, I positioned it and then I clicked it. So just kind of how I did like this. Does that work for train tracks and power as well? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it works on train tracks. I would have to build a, here, let's try. I think I have a train blueprint. I like trains. Oh, we still have that bug to deal with. Train tracks. Unbelievable. And we infinite nudge now, don't we? I mean, building trains. Do you know how much time it took me to build trains with this blueprint setup? It took forever. And now I'll know that they both connect. I would have to like build it and test it and tweak it and move it and then retest it and see if it works. I mean, just so many. And guys, like, I know that I'm like excited about this just because it's my first time seeing it. I know this stuff existed. I just made the conscious choice to wait until it hit the live rather than the experimental. First, because there were some early bugs, but second, because I just relied too much. I relied too much on my my Sky UI mod. I mean, kind of how I take all of my thumbnails. My entire YouTube channel thumbnail process relies on Sky UI, so I didn't want to add that complication. So this stuff, I know it would have saved me time if I had switched over to it, but you know, and I'm excited to play for it. I'm excited to play with it. And then you said power too, right? Oh, power no. You hope they fix pipes? Well, let's check out those pipes. Let's check out the pipes. Any other major features that I am forgetting to go over today in 1.1? And by the way, Minikin, this is a whole string of YouTube shorts for you. Or maybe this is a long. This could be a long. A long and some shorts. Don't limit yourself, boys. Oh, straight pipes. Straight pipes. Well, we have progressed. Let's do a little bit of 100% checking, shall we? Oh, she left? Well, she'll hear me in the recording. All right, so the goal is we need to check 26. Yeah, I think it's 26 machines. They need to have a full 50 out of 50 water. And, oh, the elevator. We'll do the elevator too. And they need to have and I would prefer them to be at 100%. So this 50 out of 50 water. So this is not at 100% yet, but it's working its way up. It'll get there. 50 out of 50 water. Okay, we have, I think, 13 on each floor. All right, so let's make sure everybody's getting their water, because I spent basically 24 hours fiddling, trying to make sure that everybody got the water they needed. All right, that's the first 5. We have 8 more to check. Everybody's looking good so far. Now, there may be another inefficiency in this factory still. All right, but we want to make sure it's not this damn water, because the water is what was kicking our ass. Yeah, there's some cosmetics. Yeah. I guess I can go over all the cosmetics too. All right, this looks good. And then, you know, I'll just make Minikin edit it. I'll build like one of each of the cosmetics. Oh, wrong way. We gotta go back down. All of that looked good. That's an entire floor with 100% water. We hadn't really seen that. I also want to check, after we check this, I want to check all of the generators and make sure there's no red lights. Because if there's no red lights on any of the generators, that means that we should be at 100%. And then we just need, then it's just a matter of time until we reach the all green lights on the roof. Peated Scotch is here. All right, we got 6 left. So far, everyone has been perfect. Oh, no. Why? Why? Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? Unbelievable. This whole line is like bugged. 9 water per minute. Maybe we just do we have a bad pipe? All of these are bad. Would explain why we're not moving up. This one's okay, I guess. 233, I mean, this needs to be 600. Five? I don't understand. You guys just want to rebuild some pipe? Maybe it's just a bad pipe? Rebuild every freaking pipe? I mean, I'm basically ready to just delete all pipes. I mean, this is the exact same design as the one on the other floor. The one on the other floor works flawlessly. I did try a different pipe shape here, and so I'm undoing that try. We also do have to make sure that our source of water isn't broken. And then we also have to consider the fact that if things are broken, perhaps the junction is broken. We were so close. It's always the last place you look. Always a bug pipe. Yeah, I mean, design-wise, I think we've shown that this design is should work perfectly fine. How much power are we making here? I think it was like 200 and city map. Let's see if I can guess where this is. Ooh, very close. Here. My city map is too big. Had a nickel for every time I heard that. Here we go. My math on that is right here. Well, total power is actually, yeah, it's 222 or 223 really. 216 from the fuel gens, and then we're making like 67 from the compacted coal gens. Addicted 14. Belt throughput counters. I did look at those before you got here. Hold on. I've gotten it as tight as it can go. Dude, it's at 50 out of 50. Something somewhere was bugged. This is at full. Are they all full? This build has been cursed. Everything looks good now. One of these pipes I deleted and rebuilt was broken. This is literally the last one to check, and he's good. So I don't understand. It was another bug pipe, and it must have been a feeder pipe. It must have been like this one. One of these first few, either that one or that one. It's the only thing that would have made sense. All right, well, let's give this some time, and we'll take a look at all of the other cosmetic changes. Yeah, 31. They're always bug pipes. I mean, yeah, they're often bug pipes. That's what you get for bad mouth and nuclear power. It's true. All right, let's take a look at the final little cosmetic things for 1.1, and then we get to start a new build. I don't know how far we'll get to it tonight, but we're gonna push it. Hold on, I got an itchy ear. Crisis. The crisis has been averted, people. All right. Let's next thing from 1.1, let's take a look at curved and straight pipes. Ooh. Oh, straight pipes. This takes me so much time. Let's see that paragraph. Well, so the first major fuel factory was I never got perfect, right? So it already had a wiggle, but we need some time for those changes that I made to fully work their way through. But we're gonna get up above 320 again with those changes. But yeah, that's curved pipes and straight pipes. Straight and curve. That looks really good. Let's take a look at some of the, let's do the elevator. All right. Ooh, we've got elevator music. The silence felt so weird in your ear holes. It's very pleasant. You just started a new play on 1.1. The early game is rough. I quite enjoy the early game. Oh yeah, we gotta do hypertube junctions. First stop, lingerie. Next stop, houseware. Rooftop. It's very nice.
Thank you for participating in the Fix-It Elevation program. I am Elevata, which is like Ada, but less advanced. We are not currently taking any feedback.
Oh, that was good. That was awesome. I enjoyed that a lot. That is a banger. All right. All right, what do we got? Junction. Cupid City hypertube junction with only 2 junctions and a couple curves. Yeah, and you probably just loop around until you speed up, right? Oh, I didn't change the elevator music track. I didn't know you could. How do I change it? E or something? Can I change it in flight? I'm sure I could change it in flight. Is it E? Was it E? Oh, it was. I'm gonna rebuild my can to be more efficient. Yeah, I've seen the loopy things. I'm not sure if I necessarily like that. Unless you're talking about something else. I'm not 100% sure how I'm controlling. Let's see if it says. I have no idea what decides where I go. Right now, it's like random chance to me. Hey, Ken, good morning. First, happy update day. Second, I know it's irrelevant now because you already have all your building. I guess that's the downside on catching up so late with the VODs. But can you check Azrael Towers Tel Aviv? I would love to hear your feedback because I want to try to build them. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, after I'm done with this 1.1 stuff, we'll take a look. Change, yeah, E. I am hitting E, but I guess maybe I'm going too fast to see the results of hitting E. So I held it that time. Got it. This seems very dangerous. How long should I go, guys? All right, here we go. At least I made an exit hole. No. I made it. I planned ahead. I always make an exit hole. So we still need to try to build some sort of hypertube elevator system in that building there. It's what I kind of always wanted over there. But not quite. The fact is there's just so much other things I want to do. So we'll get to it one day. That was fun. Let's see. What else do we have to play with? We have some cosmetics, I assume, in architecture. Ooh, nice. H-beam. Ooh, are we fully colorized? Or are we locked in like the other one? Ooh, fully colorized. Wow, we're gonna be using that a lot. Like a lot. Shelf beam. Oh. It looks good. I like the I-beam maybe more than this one, but I'm sure that one will have its place. Braided cable cluster. These straight only. It looks like they're straight only. It's really good though. Well, we're gonna use these right now. We're gonna use the vents this moment. We looked at the belt counter, yeah. Nurser John, Ken, if you go too fast, it can crash your game from experience. I wonder if you can still launch above the kill zone if you're going fast enough. I mean, that sounds like a question for Let's Game It Out more than Ken. Sorry. I mean, it looks cool, but I don't think it really adds anything. I mean, if I had to put these just at the right height, I think that would be cool. Yeah, vertical nudge. Yeah, it could be an I-beam. It's true. That's nice. We needed one of those. Yeah, those are really cool. I'm not ready to build any on our factory just yet. But they certainly look good. Are there flappy air guys to go with the fans? What else? Have we hit everything? I feel like I'm still forgetting one more thing. Shelves and doors. That fan does look good. Nice and stackable. And then we can put storage boxes on there. Yeah, I think that's it for that. And then I want to do the doors. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by the flappy things. Roll-up gate. Big boys. The roll-up gates we're actually going to implement right now. The conveyor throughput we did look at. We tested it too. That's one of the first things I did. The shelves are meh. Well, they're cosmetic. And then wall holes, yes. Yeah, Nurture Johnny did that first. I looked at the conveyor, the priority merger, and the vertical splitters. These doors were planned for this in mind. That looks sick. And this one. And then where are we using wall holes? I know where we're using wall holes. We'll go put those in. We'll see the door open. Copy signs with the settings. We did that earlier. Yep, right here. How many hours do I have on the save? 680 on this save. I bet you can put the screens in the shelf beams. The screens. You mean the signs? That is so good. All of that's looking good. You check the new build gun skin. And there's a new build gun skin. That's going to be in the hub, which is pretty far away from where we are right now. I'm probably not going to run down there and look at that, to be honest with you. What else? Wall holes. Yeah, I did a half nudge there at the end. Well, we got 153 concurrent viewers on YouTube and 63 on Twitch. Does this have a connection on it? It does. This is my ad hoc wall hole. I'm probably gonna keep it. Yeah, I'm not gonna rebuild these, but that's what I would build. It's an RGB one. It looks pretty cool. All right, man. This thing is really driving me up the wall. I'm gonna order my new microphone stand tomorrow. So you're saying that it fits with my aesthetic, huh? Yeah, what you already have looks better. Oh, you think what I already have looks better? Well, I haven't changed the Fixmas one. We can head down there. Split Rocks, subscribed with Prime. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. Oh, the wall hole. Something happening outside. Here's the old base. What do you guys think? Mini game time? No, we're not doing that. I mean, it's a neon build gun, you guys. Is that the new one? Yeah, I think that looks good. Neon Fix-It helmet. Man, there is shenanigans going on outside. It's very purple. All right, what if we make the secondary color? There we go. And then did you guys know that there's a Meesinks box in here? It's protected by government protection. Did you ever notice the camera in the hub follows you? I did notice that, yeah. You're gonna get some extra live watch time in. Nice. All right, I think we've touched just about everything. Let's get back to it, or actually let's get started with something brand new. Wait, we're on a hype level train with the two prime subs. Thank you guys. Shapoopy and Split Rocks started a level 1 hype train. Needs to focus on the camera settings. Yeah, I played with the camera a lot already. I played with it a lot, probably too much. Oh, and I did it again, you guys. I'm gonna have to pin these because this is gonna happen a lot until they get that bug fixed. Assuming that they feel that it is a bug. Whee! Let's check our... Oh, I see those red lights. Still got plenty to go. Where's the vertical lifts? We tested that. We can do it again. It's very, very... Oh, I did it again. I'm gonna have to just disconnect this macro. Hold on, let me disconnect this macro. Because it'll cause me to die. Pack switches on 10. Not anything now. My little macro for that. All right, Let's one last look at the pump lifts. As soon as I there we go. Up and just like that, easy peasy. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Thank you for the reminder. Where are the vertical lifts in the game? I'm not understanding what you're asking. You mean the elevators? I just spent a bunch of time doing the elevators. You didn't see that? I messed around the elevators for like 20 minutes. Just don't say lift. Guys, if you mean the elevator, you can't say lift. We already have a lift. Elevator. You cannot call an elevator a lift in Satisfactory. A lift is something else. Okay, it's impossible. It is going to be very difficult to say what you mean. But yeah, we did spend a bunch of time in there. No vertical splitters. How did you get them? Okay, well, you're not saying vertical splitters. You're saying vertical lifts. I just put a splitter on here. What do you mean? I auto attached to vertical. Yeah, you just stick a splitter on here. I was playing with it a bit for a second. All right, let's look up, what's it called? More U-Hole hub to the city. Need a command hub, maybe in central storage, and a new small but kin lifted command center. Maybe. Where do you get the splitter? Where do I get the vertical splitter? Do I buy it? No, it's just a splitter. It's just a regular splitter on a lift. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Guys, am I taking crazy pills? Look, conveyor splitter. Okay, sample, build. Yeah, we're done. The one thing you do have to get is you have to get the priority merger. Stick a splitter on a lift. Oh, you're telling him. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I need to use the Referral. How do you get your person to sit? I mean, no. Luckily, all our settings are basically the same. What happened? I messed it up. There we go. Sorry, I'm playing with things. I do have an intro video to play before I stream. I have to make a new one. I was going to make a new one. I'll be working on that this weekend. It's from my train station. Surplus lover. Yeah. No, I just had a wrong setting there. Yeah, priority mergers need unlocking. Looks like your vertical splitters when you do regular ones. Yeah. All right. Your one key is putting the hover pack jetpack in the depot. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's really bugging me. The bug is bugging me. All right, so I'll be right back. I'm going to step away to the restroom. I'm gonna give everybody a friend, and then we've got this little fun tracking shot to play with. Here, you know what? I'm gonna do one more thing before we say. I'm gonna increase the duration a little bit. Slow this puppy down. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Everybody gets a friend, and I'll be back in about 90 seconds or so. I will see you all soon. I just need a minute. And we're back. Yeah, it does look good. It's a win feature for streamers and content creators. Oh, for sure. Well, and you know, part of the awesome part about Satisfactory is how it looks, right? And so how much more awesome is it that in game we're given tools to really make it pop? You know, and this is just something that I like threw together really fast. I think I could probably get some stuff that looks really nice, really shows off my city. So there we go. Yeah, I was really popping the colors, maybe too much, but all right. So that is probably it for us on directly playing with 1.1 features, unless you guys have any questions. I think we're gonna try to focus on getting organized on the Mercury city. All right, and that's gonna happen in here. So let's take a look. And I'm fully on all my cameras, and OBS is still working. Yep, we are solid and solid. Okay. By the way, we have 160 viewers. Welcome, everybody, on YouTube and 48 on Twitch. All right, so this is what we're building. This is the next tower. And to be quite frank with you, don't call me Frank, I think this should come together rather quickly. So let's look up its skirt here. I want to trace this edge here. What if we have a ground floor? My guess is 2 days we'll have this mostly done. Tonight and tomorrow night. Mercury Tower. Sorry. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. I want to get these ratios right on the footprint. I wish we had measurements. Well, if I read Korean. So the alternative here, and what I'm probably going to go with, is if I print this myself. Yeah, no, I'm not going to worry about that. I was kind of mostly joking. Let's try with... The reason I want the measurements is so that I can make it internally, like I can measure it and get the ratios and then translate that in game. Mercury City Tower. Europe's tallest. When was the Mercury City Tower constructed? 2006. All right. I may have to get up and turn on my printer. Ooh. Gross. Can we zoom in? Can we not suck? How about new? Don't get the frickin' Can I? Yeah. I can't expand with a locked. There we go. There we go. Can I hear my printer? All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Success. All right, we have the goods. Now, the reason that I'm kind of like want to get this more precise is because if I don't get the footprint right, ChatGPT just spit out all the info for you. It's pretty cool. Only the 10th floor. Well, I understand that, but I don't know about you, but this looks like the correct footprint, even if it's the 10th floor, right? Because everything is vertical until you get to here, right? Yeah, surplus lover, you don't need to say it 3 or 4 times, my friend. It's only the 10th floor. It's only the 10th floor. You found a blueprint with measurements. Feel free to share whatever you guys want in the general chat in the Discord, and I will take a look at it. Yeah, the windows, I'll figure that out. Oh, it's way easier than the spiral tower, for sure. Use maps to measure. Yeah, but I need to measure this. I want to measure this length right here. Well, whatever you guys want to post, you can post. All right. All I need is ratios. I don't care what the numbers are. It's a damn pen. That's what I do care about. Because I got my trusty ruler that I used back with the Super Star Destroyer. Seriously, why I don't have any pens? This is what happens when you have 5 kids. They come and steal your shit. What is that? That is the building that we're building in Satisfactory. Well, at least the initial footprint. What I really need is a... Hey, here's our shard paperwork. I have like 4 or 5 pens on my desk at all times. I think I found some movie tickets. Success! There's an Xbox 360 controller in there too. All right. Chain a pen to my desk. I know. Hey, Mycito. Interesting. But that doesn't have the same shape that I'm going for, so it doesn't have all the measurements. I need the measurement of this side. Well, or at the very least, I guess that makes sense. We could go here to here so I can get the triangular and then just auto connect it in game. All right. Well, either way, I'm just going to go ahead and measure in centimeters on my paper. And then we will translate that in game. Actually, you know what I really want to do? I want to do what I did when I was building the John Hancock building. I made a Excel sheet. So full width here, we'll call it 90 millimeters. That is here to here. We're not gonna win any drafting awards today, guys. All right, and then the inside here. $55 millimeters. All right, which means that the remainder cut in half is 35 divided by 2. Oh, I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. 35 divided by 2. We'll go 17 and a half here. And here. All right. And then I believe this, I'm going to treat this as a 45 degree, meaning I'm going to call this 17 and a half as well. We'll do an equilateral triangle there. All right. All right, now for the big boy number. The overall length of this bad boy Looks like 180 meters, which is nice because that's exactly double our width. And I like things like that. All right. Now this side here, we're gonna call 90. Yeah, you guys think that I'm just getting lucky, or do you think it was perhaps designed this way? I want to do the same edges here, even if it's not exactly the same. I'm gonna do them the same. 17.5, 17.5, and I wonder. Doesn't quite look the same. All right, what's this other length here? We're gonna call this 40, 42 maybe? Like right here. All right, so what would that leave us, right? 90 minus 17.5 minus 17.5 minus 42. That leaves us 13. All right, so let's take this another 17.5. Although, did it look more like 13? It actually did. We're gonna stick with 13. This actually does look like it's 13. And that's this distance here. All right, and then this guy's gonna be halfway, right? So he's at 45. All right. That should be everything I need. Now we have to figure out what size we're gonna make it in the game. Kanye reference? I don't know. Not on purpose. I don't think I could tell you a Kanye song except Gold Digger, only because I heard it talked about on Daniel Tosh's podcast. That is the only reference that I know. Am I building a stadium? No, I'm building the newest addition to my cyberpunk city. And it is actually this guy right here. Or, well, that's not a very good picture here. So we have this to help us. This is what we're building in Satisfactory. You're gonna copy this for your build? Yeah, please do so. Yeah, you get one of those little bank pens with the little ball chains. I know, like the DMV. I know. I actually really like these pens. These are the Pilot G2s. I mean, these are like the best pens. These pens are the best. Right here. All right. So those are indeed the best pens. Can confirm. All right, what are we working with here? No, stop it. I don't want that. $29. It's lame. 30 would be better. How many sidewalks pieces? 2 sidewalks there. Then what about here? What do we have here? $19. So that's 50%. We need 100% difference. We need to maximize the length on this thing. The length is going to be our limiting factor. One more time, let's make sure. $29. I think I want to go 30. We can back it right up to the road here. All right, so let's cut this down. No, not here, not here. I was mixed up. We back it up to the freeway. 28 by 14. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do 30 by 15 because I'm a little concerned about interior space because we're so skinny. It's skinnier than I eyeballed it back in the day because I created a footprint of the length being 50% longer than the width, but it actually, in order to maintain this width, it needed to be another 15 that way forward. So we're gonna be a little skinny, right? It's gonna be kind of this problem a little bit, right? Which is fine. Hey, Mikey. Uniball roller grip pens are the best pens. Are we gonna fight about pens in here? That sounds like something that, like, I feel like our age group and nerdiness in general that comes to play Satisfactory, like this is the kind of shit that we would argue about, right? Uniball roller grip pens. Oh, I've used these too. Actually, I don't know if I've used these. Am I worried about the power lines? The power lines aren't real. Those power lines are just to help me fly around. I feel like the balance on these is off compared to the Pilot. Maybe if you're a pen spinner. I'm an amateur pen spinner. I can only do like a couple of things. It's like I got big old fat sausage fingers, so this is all I can really do. I used to be able to do like one where I would go like under the like flip it around like this. So it's easier when like my arm is down where it should. Holding it up to the camera kind of is awkward. No, these power lines are all going to get deleted. These are all temporary. These are only so I can fly around. All right. All right, how do we, and check this out. Going to 30 makes this way easier on the math too, because let's make our translation, time for another tab. Let's do Fixmas video, Computer Factory. All right, let's do rename to, what happened to our music? Rename to Lumen Factory. Look, we're not going to argue about who spells aluminum correctly. The answer is me. Okay, so we're gonna do Mercury City Tower. All right, and then we're gonna go on page millimeters, and then in-game meters. Is meters capitalized and millimeters is two little babies? I think so. Or maybe just meters is lowercase 1m. I can't remember. I think it's lowercase 1m. That's moles. Moles is a capital M. It's coming back to me. It's coming back to me. So we're gonna do length. We don't have to do all these. But like, cause I made a bunch of measurements. The measurements here. Like, I'm not gonna do all of them, but I'm gonna make a quick key. That's lowercase. I like the irony there. You said it's lowercase and all uppercase. I worked with chemicals for years. Them G2 pens would melt and crack. Oh, that's good to know. Oh, I see what you mean by they had chemical resistance. I thought you meant something else. All right, width. And then we use that triangle corner. All right, so on page 90, 45, and then 17.5. Okay, and then ratio. This is our key. The ratio, we're gonna do the length is our deciding factor here. All right, and that's 90 to, well, the box. There's one number. The idea is here is I plug in one number and it does the rest. Okay, and so what do we want to do here? We want to do in-game meters per millimeter, so meter over millimeters. And so this is millimeters, meters over millimeters, so that means we divide that divided by this, right? So here's the ratio actually. This is the conversion. All right, and so I decide that this thing is going to be how many meters long? Well, 30. That's foundations though. It's 30 times 8. 240. So the ratio is 2.666. And then in game, we're gonna go that times that, and we're gonna lock our yep, and we're going to do this, and then actually we need to move this over because I want foundations, that divided by 8, and then if we do height, well, we won't do height. This is honestly, this is just the conversion for this only. Okay, it's the what I printed on my page. Right, this is all I can use this for. Now, if I had the exact meters in like real world meters or real world feet or real world hot dogs, it doesn't matter. I could do the same conversion for all of them. And so we are going to have to figure out the height to base ratio. But once we know what that now, we know what the length and the width is in-game meters. And so we can convert and get the height and whatever else we need. Okay, so this is our width, 15. That makes sense. Here's our triangle corner. Let's do, we know that's 15 because it's the same. Or no, let's do, well, it's just the leftovers coming in there. And then this is 42. We're gonna need that and the 13. We're gonna need the 42 and the 13. We'll do nose length. What did I say, 42? Yeah, and then we need the 13. I guess we will do them all. Nose corner. All right, so now we can go in here and we can kind of figure out some of this stuff. All right, so I'm going to move this where you can't see it. And then we're gonna get in the game and we're going to figure out how we lay this out. All right, so let's figure out, again, what do we have here? Oh, that sucked. All right, 19. So we killed 2 here. And 2 here. I guess this isn't too bad. Of course, we did give it an extra. And it's good that it's odd, actually. I like that. So 2 in. All right, let's start marking. Hold on. I put that window right over your guys' chat. Mikey, thank you for the bits. You know, I'm curious, whoever came up with out of sight, out of mind, I wonder if they ever had a spider disappear in their bedroom. Yeah, Mikey, I guess I wonder that too. Okay, nice. And then in-game meters on the triangle corner. It's 47. Is that right? I suppose it is. $47. Oh, 47, not 42. In theory, we should have this doesn't seem right. Something's wrong. What's wrong? I did something wrong. The length is 180. I'm so stupid. It's 90. Everything else is right. Let's try that again. Game and Cringe. Hello, welcome first time chatter. All right, so beta 23, not 47. Oh yes, now we're cooking with gas. 23. Also, let's shed a little bit more light on our situation. I don't like this. I'm so used to it being dark. I can't handle it. I have turned into a Satisfactory vampire. All right, at least twilight. What do you think of the new tree cutting animation? It makes me feel sick when cutting loads of trees at the start of the game. I haven't even looked at it. Like with the chainsaw? Yeah, I don't know really anything about it. Are you playing New World? Makes a screen shake. Well, do you have, why don't you, isn't there a screen shake that you can turn off? Well, there's motion blur. That might help turning it off. Camera shake. Just turn the camera shake off, my friend. Video, camera shake intensity. Turn that shit off if you don't like it. All right, corners are in. Yeah, have a good night, Shapoopy. Shapoopy. Especially in Australia. Oh, with the spiders. Yeah. From all the negativity the New World has received, I think New World had the best sound designers of any MMO. The music and sound design of New World was absolutely ridiculous. I would love to take gameplay mechanics of other games and aesthetics of other games and put in the sound design and the music of New World. The guy who did the music for Game of Thrones did the music for New World. It's that good. All right, so we've got these corners in here. Here, let's make it red. I've got this, and that in. So now we're gonna do another 90, which is 15 foundations. And why don't we see if we can just do a wall? Because a wall is the same as a foundation. And we're gonna call it there. 10. 5. Yeah, it was definitely very enjoyable to do things like mining and chopping trees, and there weren't very many gameplay reasons to do so, which is what the real problem was. From a sound design, especially chopping trees. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Can we not? right. Let's do the other side. Morning, Kin. Morning, chat. Morning, CC. And first Dr. Dread. Oh, you're changing it up there. 10 and 5. $23. 23. All right, next one, the nose length is 56. BFAR just built me your first steel factory, 11 foundries and 10 smelters. Welcome to the big leagues. This doesn't look right, my friends. You should only have 13 left. 17. Oh, there's our 17. Okay. 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 Here is the Earth. $40 plus 34. 84 divided by 2 is 42. No, 74. Sorry. I knew something was wrong. 37. So 37 is Mr. Middle. Which makes sense. It better be. And then 17 from here is right there. That's the nose of this beast. And we go here. And there. All right, there's our flooring. It was exhausting. Screws were such a headache. My friend. Get alternate recipes and cut screws out of your production lines immediately. I am on a no screw playthrough. In fact, the only time I make screws, I have a little bit of screws on hand because I have to make the awesome shop every once in a while. And that requires screws. I have not automated screws. I hate them. So, yeah, there you go. Okay. Now, before we can move forward at all, but cast screw helps a lot. Well, sure, but you know what helps even more than the cast screw? Not building any screws. This is my steel factory. It makes steel motors, heavy modular frames, and there's not one single screw in it. You don't need them. All the recipes are better without them. That includes cast screw. Okay, sorry. I'm having a time today. All right, let's find some actual measurements. Oh my gosh. It's the tallest building in Europe. Preceded by the Shard. I made the Shard and this building. That's cool. Why is that still considered Europe? It's crazy that that's still considered Europe. I didn't know that. What I'd like to get is a length, I don't care what unit of measurement, and a height in the same unit of measurement. I'm seeing what has 89 elevators. See what this gives us. This is supposed to have measurements, but I don't know. This doesn't have the corners that I was talking about. It gives me pause using it. Me? I mean, you just don't need them. You can replace all usage of screws with alternate recipes. Yeah, it's a weird ratio, so instead of a bunch of splits and merges, I just did a smart splitter with an overflow. Well, in that case, I would probably manifold it BFAR. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's probably what you did, right? The smart splitter and overflow. Is in the front half a hexagon shape, not a point? Looks like a point to me. It's a point. Becomes a hexagon as you come up, but down here it's a point. Yeah, I think down in the back of my mind, I knew that Moscow was in Europe. The delineation is arbitrary, largely demographic. To be perfectly fair, it may be considered as Eurasia, as parts of it are on the Asian continent, the other parts of the European continent. Well, I just mean, like, I don't know, I feel like Moscow, if I had to guess if Moscow was in Europe or Asia, I would have picked Asia. But admittedly, it's right there on the line. Somebody said they threw this everything into Chat GPT. Is there any other? I don't see any other info dropped in. And the reason that this is important is because, you know, why are you telling me square meters? Footprint 207 by 207. That's not true. It's copper clad, you guys. Well, you know we got to use the copper. Well, the western part of Russia is Europe. Right, I knew that, but Moscow, I knew St. Petersburg was right there, right? I guess I didn't realize Moscow was that far west. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I mean, is Turkey still? I can't even remember now. What do they do? Include Georgia? Sorry, we're getting distracted. Where is the line between Europe and Asia? Map. Yeah, but show me where Moscow is, turds. Yeah. Yeah, that's farther than I thought, to be honest. Like, if I would have had to guess, I would have put it like, yeah, I that makes sense. Now that I saw, once I saw Georgia, I was like, oh yeah, Georgia is, I knew Georgia was Europe. Barely. I did know that. I guess I've just figured Moscow was over this way a little bit more. I mean, crazy, like being kind of controlled or led by, like, you know, Moscow being here, and like, you know, it's literally halfway around the world. But I mean, I guess there's a little bit of that here, right? I mean, you know, Washington DC is on this side, and you know, this is technically you know, the United States. So anyway, all right. Yeah, Parse Pro. Yeah, right, Hawaii. No, I get you. I got you. So the line is Ural Mountain Range. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, that's what it said. Ural Mountains. And that makes sense, right? You usually want to pick like mountains or rivers or something, right? Yeah, okay. Sorry. What were we doing? Here's what I need. Yeah, most common line is Istanbul. I heard that too, but then I also knew that Georgia was in Europe. So yeah, I'm with you. All right, I need the length of the base of this damn tower. I don't know why it keeps doing that thing where it cuts to black. Well, what if we go to Google Earth? Um, 3D. This isn't going to be very precise. It's not even like straight up and down. If I measure this, I'm gonna get a wonky ass measurement, and I don't want to do that. How do we not have this in our era of information? I just need this number in feet or no, that's why I'm trying to find out how tall it is based on the ratio of the floor plan that I have, which is why I know the height. Okay, this is what we need to do. We need to print another piece of paper. We need a profile. All right, we need a profile image that is isometric. I think that's right. I think that's the correct term, right? One that doesn't have parallax or anything like that, right? And then I do another round of measuring, but I'm not finding this. What am I trying to do? Figure out how tall the effing building is in game. In order to do that, I have to relate it to how wide it is at the base. I mean, I could, look, guys, is it time? Is it time to get dirty? I mean, we can do what I did. We may have to do what I did with, problem is I won't have a consistent zoom. It's like 310 meters or whatever. I don't care. I'll look that up as soon as I figure out the width. I wish I could turn this to the side. And again, there's no 2D. 2D view isn't available. 2D plus 3D. Nope. Single-sided on. What does that mean? Wireframe. That's cool. I mean, this is going to be my design. So there is a, I mean, it's going to be close enough. Here's the problem though. It's almost like making a copy of a copy of a copy. If you start saying too easily, oh, close enough, close enough, close enough, then all of a sudden you know, things aren't going to be close anymore. Let's do Mercury City MCT base. File new, paste. Grayscale print. It's a lot of ink. It's a lot of ink, boys. Save as. MCT side profile. Gonna have to freaking get gonna have to do a membership drive to pay for my ink. All right, and let's get a front. Actually, you know what we can do? No, because resize. I gotta keep it locked. And then I can make sure, yeah, I'll just do this. That way the heights are all the same, or as close as I can get them. It's too much. Undo that. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. Let's go 95. Let's go 96. Okay, and let's get the side profile again. And then I'll just do one image. This is the best way to do this. Sorry, I'm not like an architect or anything. I'm just making all this shit up as I go, so. That's pretty good. All right. This is the one we're going to print. What is this file you're looking at? Surely you can download it and then use a 3D printer to software to measure. Okay, well, yeah, if I had 3D software, 3D printer software, which I don't. And I need to, we got to get cracking. I'm going to measure this on my paper. Uh-oh, I might be out of paper. Speaking of paper, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, this was not ideal. Not ideal. You can't see it. It's a ghost. Very dark. There you go. But I should be able to get most of what I need out of this. So how tall is it? Right, the how tall it is going to be our key for everything else, right? Nope. So 339 meters. You can call it 340 to help rounding. All right, now what happened to that G2? Here we go. Yeah, we'll just call it 340 so that we can round things and do ratios a little bit better. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to measure what in the ass? Okay, I'm going to measure the base, right? This distance. And I'm going to measure this distance. And then I'm going to get my ratio, because we know this distance in game. And we know, so actually we don't even need the height in meters, because we already know the height in game. And then we can basically measure and translate to in-game meters. All right, so I'll know all the heights for all of these because I just have to measure them. You can use the draw line tool to measure. Ooh, that's way better than printing the effing thing. It doesn't show length though. I'm gonna have to do math. It's actually a really smart idea. Is that the box? Yeah. Oh no. Okay, I see it. 220. Okay, great. That is great. Well, I definitely am gonna need to do a drive, a subathon to pay for my ink. We'll call this 390. Oh no. $385. I like it. Okay, so now we need to make a new Mikey's to help with the ink. Thank you for your bits. We need to make a new ratio calculator. All right. What is going on? There we go. All right, so we're gonna do a new one here. We're gonna copy this and we're gonna change some of this. So we're gonna do pixels. So this is pixels. In game is still meters and foundations. The conversion here is pixels, and we're gonna convert the probably the length again. And the length in pixels is 385, and the in-game meters, well, we know that, right? Should be 180 times, is it 180 times 8? No. It's 30 times 8. 240. All right, so that's our ratio. Now this is our conversion ratio from pixels to in-game meters. Okay, and now these bad boys, because I locked the reference, these need to go down to J20. And pull it down, baby. And then we also need a walls calculation, right? Which is this divided by 4. Because a wall is only 4 meters. All right, and then we're not doing these. And we're not doing that many decimals. Okay, nice. So now height. This is the big number that we're building towards. All right, and so let's go ahead and measure in pixels. We'll call it 1330. So we put in 1330 pixels and then we bring this down. 207 walls is really high. Let's see if I can deal with how high that is. $20, $30. $4 meters to be half of 8. I mean, I could have. 40. I mean, it's the same thing. 50. Let's paint this one a special color. Okay, that's 50. Holy shit. Let's see how it goes. 60. 70. $80, $90, crap, this is so tall. No, I divided by 4. Meters divided by 4. If the length is 14 foundation, the walls would be 28. That's correct. Although I lost my count, I think this is 100. We're halfway there. This is too tall. This whole thing is too big. We have to shrink the base. I have to shrink everything. All right, let's figure out about how tall we want this thing. That's 130. It's all right. Okay, he can play up here. Can he even go 150? 150's pushing it. So we really need to get him between 130 and 150. All right, but that's okay. We can do this. We can set up a chain link here. All right, so we're gonna make this equal to wait, stop, something's wrong. I didn't change these. Everybody freeze. I think it doesn't change that much. 220 and 3385. 220, 385. It's double. Sorry. Everything's off because of it's frustrating. We know it's double. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't change the the height there. In-game meters, we just go like this. And then we change this. So we can drop this by 2 foundations in length. That's 1 foundation in width. So we go 28. What if we let this go and just use this? Some interesting conundrum here. There. All right. That's 181 already. That's better. Ray, just FYI, I've been lurking this whole time. Got you playing on my phone while we're playing our game. What are you playing? So already better, but we're not quite there. All right, so if we're gonna remove 2 foundations, that's 16 meters. So 240 minus 16 is 224. Not good enough. We're at 169. 2 more. $208. 157. Ooh, we're gonna get skinny, boys. We're gonna have the same problem that we had with the other building. $192. $145. I can barely handle 145. 145 puts us 59,865. Oh yeah, that was the other one. Arrows on the billboards, which is, I can't thank you enough. Now let's make sure that that is correct. $50. It's 100. Is that right? This isn't right. Or I screwed something up. Gloomhaven, a D&D based board game. I was smoking and drinking in the mix. It's been fun. Nice. How did I mess this up, you guys? Yeah, that's 50. Shit. You're right, Nemo. Miscounted somehow. No, that sucks. We got to make it even smaller. That's 100. It's 141 at the top. Okay, let's just change the number. 136. I mean, it's too tall. I don't want this building to be that tall. How skinny is it at the top? It's not even that skinny at the top. I mean, there's a little bit. So we got to shrink it. Again. We're now 12 foundations wide. Take it down to 10 wide. 4 more foundations. So 192 minus open parentheses 4 times 8. 160. 121. Might be too aggressive. It's 15 down from here. It's too much. All right, I've reached my limit. 176. All right, 133. Yes. 654. All right, that's our height. All right, now we have to adjust the floor plan to match. How we doing tonight? We're doing great. 1.1 has been launched. Tons of little tiny things that make me happy. But we are in the midst of planning our next factory building. And, you know, a lot of people come into the channel and they're like, how do you plan this? How would you even do something like this? And, you know, I tell them that it's the VOD, you know, go watch the VOD, because I can't really break down this process in a easy to consume, you know, way. But that's why I try to do everything live, so that, you know, these little details, you know, somebody could, you know, use for whatever they want to build. All right, so what's our new numbers here? And actually we are gonna completely destroy this. This is all dead. Yeah, a lot of nice features. Oh yeah, for sure. All right, so 11 foundations wide, 22 foundations long. So let's balance it in our space a little bit better. First of all, let's put this back. We had 29 here, and we need it to be 22. So that means we have an extra 7. We can go 3 and 4. Bring this up, start this here. Well, really, let's start this here. $22. All right, here's the point. I don't know if I'm perceiving myself or not, but the game looks a lot better visually. Oh, when you play, yeah. So I have a lot of things on my game. If you're going off of what you're seeing from me, you may be seeing some things that are throwing off your estimate. But in your case, oh, we wanted an odd number anyway, to be honest. If you're going off of your own stuff, then that you know, then you're good. Oh, 5. Okay, so here's our end. All you really have to say is, well, I beat my head against the wall until I figured it out, basically. In your game, it looks better? Okay. Yeah, I was just curious to what you were referring. All right, so... I actually kind of need this. I can get a ratio here of triangle corner to width. And nose length to length. Ah. And nose corner to length. We need these now. The new kind of setup here. So we're gonna go. Let's just do everything to width. I mean length. B10. Nope. This is 20. B20. All I did here is I used the picture that I printed. This one to get our ratio of like, if I know this length, what are these other lengths in relation to it? And I do know that length. I know that length because it's 440 pixels, because that's what we're going with that length. And then it translates everything. At least, you know, close enough to where it should look good. Is a wall the half the size of a foundation? Yes, because a wall is a vertical measurement, and so when I'm counting up, I'll count by walls, and and the walls are 4 meter high. Is it 44 times 22? Isn't it 44 times 20? Where's the 44 and the 22? Are you walls and foundations? No, Nitty, that would be crazy, Nitty. If I wanted to get a size of the buildings so that they were all in real world ratios to each other, that'd be crazy. I'm shrinking them and expanding them based on really their heights and how I want the skyline to look. But it's an interesting thought, Nitty, and you know that would be interesting, right? Because then all of them would be in correct ratio, their correct real world ratios to each other. You know if I can use the inventory size mod on my pre-existing world, or will that cause issues? I got 80 slots or so and it's still a pain. Yeah, I mean you should be able to put the mod on. I don't see why that would be a problem. I have a extension mod on right now. Not 22 times 11. I'm missing the Smee, I'm missing what you're really commenting on. You're reading my question backwards. You answered it. Walls are half the size of foundations. Yeah, okay. They are. It's 8 meters. All I did was divide by 8 to get the foundations and divide by 4 to get the walls, because a foundation's width is 8 and a wall's height is 4. Okay. Let's notch in these corners. What's our in-game meters on the triangle corner? 17, down from 23, which makes perfect sense. This is going to be a little bit like the, so I made, basically what happened was I made a pretty big error with the spiral tower. Look how fat he is. He's kind of the odd man out here. I didn't pay attention to this width to height ratio like I should, and kind of like I did better here. And so he's very chode-like. And then we have this tall skinny building here. Now the downside is, I mean, we had tons of interior space here, we had very little interior space here, but this building looks much more like a skyscraper than the other one does, because it has skyscraper proportions. And so, you know, that was the mistake that I made here, and what I learned, you know, this needs to either be twice as tall or half as fat. His BMI is a little big. Actually, we can call that the kin tower. So I don't want to make that mistake again. And so what that's causing me to do is, once I nail in the height that I want, I have to shrink the base down. And that's going to give us a bunch of extra, you know, height really to play with, or width to, you know, drive trucks around. And that's why over here on this factory, we have a bunch of room to drive trucks around. And we're gonna have the same thing over here. because I was more careful about the width. Now, the downside of all this is that sure, we get more accurate looking skyscrapers, but again, the downside is we have less interior space to do our building. Artistic freedom is called for while building, and I will take that, right? I will take that, but I want to start from a position of accuracy, and then it's kind of like you have to know the rules before you break them. You know, it's totally okay to break rules, right, when creating, but you need to be breaking them on purpose, not out of ignorance. Right, and if I want to make this thing fatter, then I will do so on purpose with control. I'm not going to do this again where I lose track of it and then it's effing done before I realize how messed up it is. So I'm not saying that I'm permanently locked into some of these height ratios, right? But I will tell you, it's going to be a lot easier if I can measure this height and figure out, you know, where this guy drops in. And I can measure this height and the difference between these heights, you know, to, oh my gosh, you know, to figure out where this stuff starts. I mean, really, it's a question of this height, because then I'm going to 45-degree angle up. Eye in the sky is here. Yeah, the Kin Tower. Tall, but also way too round. Way too fat. To be fair, the Chode Tower does look really cool. Yes. But let me ask you this. Would it look cooler if it was skinnier? And like myself, probably yes. So that's what I'm trying to avoid here, and that's why I'm shrinking the footprint to cover. All right, so if there's 11, we need 11. Looks longer when skinnier, that's what you tell yourself? Wow, there's some truth to that. No, we love girth. Yeah, I bet you do. All right, now we got to do the 17 roll. How the eyes feeling? I'm okay. I just have bad. Yeah, if you joined recently, I just have bad allergies today. I was outside and it was kind of windy. And I've got some allergy eye drops, but I'm sure they're making it better than it would be, right? Not a lot of room in this beast. We are going very vertical again. Just like the Hancock Tower. We have a nose length. We do. 41 meters. All right, and then how much should this be, and how much is it? It should be 13. Oh, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's bang on the money. My kin math is checking out today. Can you make the tower one foundation wider? I know, that's what I get from going outside. I agree, it sucks. Did you get the painted beam? Yeah, awesome shop, I think. I mean, you really need to buy everything in the awesome shop. Everything. It's in the awesome shop, you need to buy it. So you're saying I could make it wider? I mean, if I made it wider, then it would be shorter and chubbier than we want. I mean, I could do it. I could do anything. Well, this is a heck of a lot more space than we gave ourselves in the John Hancock building, that's for sure. Real gamer goes outside, body immediately goes out of order. It's just stupid. It happens every year. I mean, but kinda, yeah. Problem is windy today, and I'm allergic to trees. All that pollen's going off and blowing in my face. You've been spending too many coupons on resources. Don't spend coupons on resources. You go mine resources. What are you doing? Kids these days. Okay. Well, I think we can definitely do... Let's figure out what we want to do with a garage. How many garages do we need? Mikey, I do a lot of them on purpose. All right, the aluminum ingots is a bonus one. The everything to the central storage is number 2. And then we need our inputs. We're at 2. Rubber, copper sheets, crystal oscillator circuit board, modular frame motor. Was that 4 or 5? 2 2 outputs. Rubber. Copper sheets. Crystal. And circuit. And motor number 6. Right, because that's exactly 10 times ratio. It's kind of cool. Six. Can we handle these all exterior? I mean, even as much room as we had over there, we could only do 4. Are we gonna do garage? No, I could go longer. I just can't go taller. The eye in the sky. The height is the limiting factor. We could absolutely. I was longer. It was too high. It was way too high. If I took this tip all the way to the edge, then and that one all the way back, then that would have caused this to be the tallest building in the city, and I don't want it to be. Does that make sense? Oh, hey, you know we haven't done in a while? Guys. Channel. We need victory. It has been 2 to 3 hours since we last checked this, and we've made some changes. What I want to see when I fly to the top of this building is no red lights. Well, there's a red light, so we're already effed. Because there's no way we get it. Ah, it's so close. We're close, but we're not there. Oh, we could do the jumpy thing too, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're very, very close. But I saw some red lights. Let's track this back. It ain't the water there. And it ain't the water there. What's your problem, bro? Is it a miscalc? Is it a miscalc here? These are all overclocked doubles. .33. Or wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm flying because I have what's called a hover pack. You unlock it in, I don't know, what is it, guys? Tier 7? 9 times 4. 9 times 4 times 8.33333333. That's 300. As long as these are all just doubles. And I didn't sneak in. I guess I could have snuck in. I don't understand. You know, unless I accidentally squeezed in an extra, like a third power shard in one of these. Why are those red? We should be getting 300 solidly. Yeah. All right, I'll try Okie Sooner's little trick. Except this is a gas, not a fluid. What is up with this flow? I don't know why that was so low. Is it another busted pipe? It's gotta be. 87. How are you at 87? Are we like randomly running out of water? I don't see how. What is this? What is this? Could be our issue. Red Dark, hello Kin, finally you have a cam. I do. Surprise. You know, it figures that some change in 1.1 has caused my factory to not work the same as it was before. It's a conspiracy. I wonder if we should just let it go. Yeah, Kev, go. The only thing I can think of is that it's a water supply issue. I have no idea. No idea. It's worse. It's 79. This was like 87. Yeah, we're not getting the water. All comes back to water. 123 should be enough, sir. As long as it's under over 100. I don't think it's running out of water in the sky. I think there's another bad pipe or something weird like that. I hear what you're saying, that the ones in the middle can't get access to those other ones, but they still share. I mean, these are packed. All right, let's follow him. Maybe we do a rebuild, pipe rebuild real quick. Can't remember, where were we? Second floor? Yeah. And then you're headed here. All right, it's this one. 600, good. Did we delete this over here, or did we do that on the other floor, or did we do that on both? I can't remember now. We did this first thing when we logged in, but I can't remember what floor we did it on. Come on. What are you doing? It's less than 100. But I was just deleting pipe. $93. I don't know, man. We deleted some pipes. I can't remember, at the beginning of the stream there was a problem. It was on the It was probably on the first floor, because I was counting. It was the last line that had a problem, but I can't remember if I started on the first floor or the second floor counting. Yeah, but do you see at which point it stops flowing as it should? How does that tell me when it stops flowing? Are you talking about head lift? I don't see how that shows me when it stops flowing. And I'm not spending another 12 hours rebuilding this. It's more than that. I mean, look at the flow rate drop. I mean, I could redo the pumps. right, we'll redo these. We redid that on some of them. Now, I expect the flow to fluctuate a little bit because this setup is not eating 600, it's eating 500. Okay, so I do expect 600 pump for a while, and then every once in a while, the flow to, you know, pop back a little bit. But that's not what I think what happened. That already does seem better. Are we on the correct floor? Did I do the wrong freaking floor? No, we're on the right floor. Get the water train on the roof. I mean, that is the better way, right? I need to be going to the office, boys. Good luck, kid, and a lot of joy for the viewers. Thank you, man. I don't need more pumps. It adds complication and it adds variables. Pumps are 100% not the problem. Now, if you're talking about adding unpowered pumps in order to use it like a valve, I did do that, and again, it added complication. And the other copy of this exact same setup, exactly the same, is right under here. And you know, look, he's also having a problem, so. Pumps are not the issue. More pumps will not solve it. I'll say it that way. It's me. I'm already doing 500 of each. I'm not even using... I have 20% over. It's ridiculous. Fredneck Teddy, constantly trouble. I'm using 500. I can't get 600 water to 500 use. There's a broken system. It is not a design issue. There's plenty of liquid in this buffer. These buffers are fine. Okay, they're not even close to running out. Okay, and they have okay, he's close, I'll give you that, but they're all sharing. Okay, and there's lots of extra water here to flow in. Okay, this is not running out. This is not empty. Okay, the flow rate is not low because this is empty, or because this is oh, this is flowing through. If we dump this pipe segment. I don't really like this. I mean, we redid it. I mean, we could redo. All right. Okay, let's just redo them all this way. It's ugly, but maybe it really is this funky pipe segment that we don't have here. Because I was having a major problem with this one. It could just literally be this. Here's the big problem. I made so many changes last time, it's hard to tell which ones did the trick. So why don't we do this? Make a match. So I do know, and it's usually one of my rules, that I only do pumps horizontal. I don't like vertical pumps as the first one. It's okay later, but I don't like going horizontal into but obviously this looks ugly, so that's why I didn't do it. But at this point, I just, my field of Fs is completely barren. Behold, the field in which I grow my Fs, it is barren. So we did... I mean, it is a mechanic issue, not a design issue, in terms of like how the water's flowing, right? Or like what, you know, which pipes to which machines, stuff like that. There's something that should be working that isn't, and it could be these vertical pumps, right? Because we have 10 meters head lift. This should work perfectly fine, and there should be no issues ever. No issues ever in life. But if promises were crackers, my daughter would be fat. And I'm getting to the point where I just don't even care how it looks anymore. I just want it to work. You know, like I could move those, but they seem to be working. So I'm not doing one big pipe still. I'm putting all 1800. What do you mean? I can't put you can't put 1800 in a pipe. The nitrogen's working, yeah. Hold on, let me catch up on chat. I just finished that. We need to give it a second anyway. How would I put 1800 in one big pipe? The nitrogen working. Yeah, the nitrogen so far is working. I hate making loops. I hate making those loops. Those loops always backflow for me. I know you guys talk about those loops and they work for you. I don't know. They backflow for me. Well, that wasn't the original design, Smee. You mean a loop? One 600 one end, the other 600 in the middle, and the last 600 in the end. Yeah, well, yeah, that was like my third version of the design, but I know what you're saying, and no, I'm not doing that. It's 500. Everybody gets 500 except this guy has to take 550. All right, it's 550. 5555. The nitrogen's fine. Let's not get on any side quests here. The nitrogen is fine. I have no indication that the nitrogen is anything but perfect. Let's not. We have plenty of actual problems. We don't need to add any additional ones for funsies. I have not gotten consistent 600 or even close. All right. And by the way, I'm just telling you guys right now, I've been saying this for days. I have gotten consistent 600 to work before in this game. I've done it. I've done it over and over and over again, except for today. Well, this design, right? And I haven't gotten it. My original design was one pipe for 600. Simple. Everything, I've always done it. Boom, boom, boom. And maybe the problem this whole time has been this pump setup that I had. Maybe. Because there's something wrong. Now, some of that drop might be expected because it pumps 600. Again, that's why I like going 600 in, 600 out, because then it should never, ever, ever, ever drop. But now I don't know if that's a mistake because we're going 600 in, 500 out. And so at a certain point, your 600 flow jams up because you're only eating 500. Right, and then you get that flow slowage. So where are our problem children? Second floor, which we're on, and it is you. Well, you're 50 for now. And you. Here's the other problem. These things work. It works for like hours. And then I come back and it's at like at 80%, you know? I really do, and I felt like from the beginning, there was a problem with the supply, the pumps. And so I've changed these pumps around, I've deleted them, I've moved them. We are significantly under the head flow at every stage of the process. I will tell you though, that I think when I moved that one to horizontal, I think that I stopped getting problems out of that one. And so maybe this is it. Maybe this is the final piece of the puzzle. I don't know, man. I can tell you though, that if I do figure it out, right? And let's just hypothetical that I never have any more problems with these water pumps ever. well, then I will never ever build. Okay, when we're coming out of a horizontal, right? I will never go bend and then pump. I will go pump and then bend. Hey, Der Phantom. Okay, hold on. Yeah, 1.0 pipe junction bug. We had to remove and replace all the pipes for the pumps and junctions. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been some. There's also been some definitely bugged pipes. Perhaps I fixed one broken junction, right? So there's a bunch of this stuff that there's multiple problems here, right? I rebuilt and rebuilt pipe networks over and over. Sometimes it works, sometimes issues persist. Yeah, is it the backwash? I don't know how it could be the backwash. We're pumping water straight up, over, and in, and it's not. I'm sending 600, and I only need 500, and the 600's not getting to where it goes. I don't see how it could possibly be backwash. And there's no real splits. There's no sharing of water sources. Nothing like that. You produce top down. Well, well, you can't produce top down because the water's at the bottom. You can't produce top down. You have to pump up at some point, right? So I'm going top down as well. I always do that. So I'm trying not to get frustrated because it's not your guys' fault. But like a lot of times people come in here and they make suggestions on things that I did 36 hours ago. So if I say I already did that and I have a frustrating tone in my voice, it's not your fault. It's just that, like, those things are things that I always do in water or fluids. It's not that. That's like I'm trying to solve, like, you know, differential equations, and you're like, are you sure you know how to do addition? Now, I could make a mistake, don't get me wrong, but like, I know that you have to flow from top to bottom. I know that you have to feed up and down, right? And that's what this is, right? And that's what this is. And you don't actually technically need a buffer. This pipe is your buffer. I like having buffers because then I can measure the in and the outflow. But I removed the buffers because I was having a problem. The initial design had it. So I'm guessing, and by the way, a bunch of these pipes were broken. 100% they were broken. I think the pipe that I made in my blueprint that I produced 26 times was broken. My guess is two things really. So I think there's two main problems, and then there's like these periphery problems that exacerbated the main problems. If the main problems didn't exist, I don't think the periphery problems would have mattered. And a lot of times the suggestions are, oh, do this, do that. Oh, I always do this, I always do that. And those are like the periphery things. The two main problems are I had actual broken pipes and maybe even a couple broken splitters. And I think one of them was actually in my blueprint, was copied 26 times. That's for sure. And then I'm betting that it was this, because I was having a horrible time with this one. And yesterday I switched it to this orientation, even though it's ugly, and I haven't had a problem since. And so that's why I've just changed all of them to match. And really the big problem is there are so many variables, and it takes so long to see if the thing that you changed worked. I suppose that I could change one thing and wait 3 hours. One thing and wait 3 hours. One thing and wait 3 hours, right? but I'm not. I am doing swaths of changes to try to get it as close to as good as I can, and then waiting 3 hours, right? And then making adjustments based on what I see. In a perfect world, if I wasn't trying to do anything else in this game but fix these pipes, and it wasn't boring for you guys to watch pipes fill up for 3 hours, I'd probably do that. But I'm also impatient. So, but that is why I only changed one pipe and not all of them. So yeah, let's see. Do we still have red lights down there? So it would, it looks like we do. And by the way, the rest of these seem to be working. This is the other end. This is working fine. Why aren't these red? Right, so it's not a design issue, right? Because these other ones work. This is another end right here. Green. Look. Do you see what kind of... I need some legitimate help fixing this. I don't know what is wrong. I have tried different I've been crashing randomly on the new computer. I've tried older, stable, more stable drivers. I've tried the new drivers. I don't know. I don't know what's causing the crash. It is, I agree. It is definitely not flawless fluid mechanics. I love Coffee Stain. They're one of the best development companies that I've ever played a game under them. They're amazing. Their communication is great. I'm serious. 99% of everything I've heard come out of them has been amazing. The one thing that really irritated me is when they said pipes are working and there's no bugs. You just don't know how to use the liquid, right? These are real world mechanics. Everything's working as intended. I've lived this life. It is not working as intended. There's bugs. There's issues. Now, when I can align the stars, I can get it to work. But there's problems, you know? How am I finding Satisfactory 1.1? The update's great, except I keep crashing and my pipes don't work. Did you try dropping down to a pair of memory sticks instead of the full 4? Why would that be crashing Satisfactory? Putting a demand of 300 on MK2 pipes to avoid it. Well, I've got 500 on here. It should be fine. You've been considering trains dropping off liquid at the top. I mean, that's an option, not for me, but like that is an option. Well, it was, yeah, well, it's the 5090. Maybe I need the most recent, maybe I need to try, I mean, obviously I went to what is supposed to be the most stable and it's not working. So maybe what I'll do is, I will try tomorrow. I'll update to the most recent studio driver and we'll see. Maybe there's a fix. Ali Burrito, thank you for the follow. It's the update. No. I was crashing before update 1.1. I said that. I've been crashing for the last 2 weeks since I got my 5090. It's the new computer. Yeah, no, there's I don't mind complicated fluid physics. I don't mind that. I don't mind that they work the way that they work in real life. Bugged pipes exist. You know it, I know it. I'm not sure Coffee Stain does. They exist. It needs to be fixed. I don't know what's broken. Is that broken? I have no idea. I don't know. Is this broken? I still think it's a water supply issue, right? But shit, maybe it's the pipe. See, not only do I have the pipe that's bringing in water, I have a pipe bringing in oil, a pipe bringing in water, a pipe bringing out rocket fuel. All I know for sure is not enough rocket fuel is getting made because this damn light is red. And I know it ain't the solids. I know it ain't the coal and the sulfur, right? I think it's the water because it's been the water consistently. But shit, maybe the pipe that's running, and by the way, I rebuilt those today too, just in case. Maybe it's the pipe running the damn rocket fuel out there is broken. Or maybe somewhere in there's a broken pipe. Do I have to delete every single one? Like, how far do we take this? This is really my only complaint about this game. I mean, truly. It's my only complaint about the way that the studio has handled an issue. And again, I'm not an expert on everything that the studio has ever said about pipes. I'm only talking about the one instance that I learned about, that I found out about, where they basically said, yeah, we looked into pipes and everything's working. Because I would be shocked if anybody on their staff plays this game as much as I do, or does the craziness of pipes as much as me. There's plenty of other content creators. There's plenty of other you guys do crazier stuff than me. All right. But what I did in my Update 8 playthrough is insane. Very few people have done stuff like that. And I do this stuff with precision. I make sure that I put 600 in, I get 600 out. Right. And so I am building these in an attempt to be precise. And so I can see this, and you guys can see it when you watch me. And I'm sure many of you guys do the same thing. I'm not saying that I'm special. I'm just saying that, you know, I can see this stuff. Yeah, pipe holes. Yeah, well, I don't build pipe holes, wall holes, unpowered pumps as valves or valves anymore. I'm never gonna do it again. Yeah, sure, Dear Phantom. I was crashing before the update. You're sure it's a bug in the fluid mechanics, and send them your save file review. They've never seen the bug existing in action. Yeah, but I mean, you don't know that it's a... I mean, I suppose I could get one of the older saves before I fix the bug. I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel like I have a relationship that would matter. There, look. What the hell? Why? That makes no sense. You're getting 24 per second. You're getting 57. Okay, you're getting about 57. Okay, now 200. And by the time I track it back, it's fixed. Now 90. Yeah. Now 43. Why? There's 600 here. Only 500 is getting eaten. There's no possible way at any point any of these pipes should be less than 50, less than 100. Never. It doesn't make sense. You know, and I don't like these pipes not being full. These pipes should be full. They're down underneath the high point. And there's emptiness. There shouldn't be emptiness. 600 goes in here, but only 500 drains. Why is anything partially empty? Now I know that there needs to be some time, right, to fill it. Guys, all of this, all right, I know, let me be clear here. 1.1, I was having problems both on my computer and with this liquid system in 1.0. All right, so I find it very, very, very unlikely that, well, it could happen, but I'm not seeing any evidence that anything in the 1.1 update changed anything, okay? Hidden recipe changes. What do you mean, like a recipe change? Like it changes everybody's factory? I don't think they would ever do that. No, I've found in my experience valves to be way too buggy. I'm never putting them in this in one of my systems again. I've always managed to be able to design the verticality of pipes to prevent the backflow naturally. Right? And I mean, and here's a good example, right? This pipe, you know, this goes down into the machine. See, and so now what did I do? I just deleted a splitter, a junction, hoping that it was bugged, wondering if that's the reason, because I just don't trust any of these parts anymore. You know, and it's a frustrating experience. And if anybody, look at this factory. This is the least part of this factory. I'm getting water up into some machines. It's ridiculous. I've spent more time on this than I spent on building the rest of the effing factory. And I almost just dropped a huge bomb. Like, it's so frustrating. You know, I need to be planning the aluminum factory. Instead we're like looking at water. Because I don't want to give up. I don't want to have a bunch of red lights. You know, and unfortunately, I'm too damn stubborn to, to just say, oh, I guess we're just gonna have red lights at the end of the line. You know, when we don't have any red lights here. Maybe using some pumps. Where I have pumps. I don't need any more pumps. Head lift is established to this point. Everything under that is fine. All my head lift is good. Okay, if I delete this, I will show you. You can't just add pumps, guys. That doesn't help anything. Okay, there's my head lift. Okay, I'm under the head lift. We'll go even more under. Okay, there's our head lift. And then let me go ahead and do the rebuild after the build, which sometimes helps. But you can't just add more pumps. Because they reset your head lift, they do all sorts of crazy stuff. That's an interesting thought eye in the sky, maybe. Yeah, I don't want to take RAM out of my computer because one of the games that I play is crashing. Yeah, see, we're broken here. This doesn't make any sense. We're not getting the flow. See, this is getting 600 flow. There's not 600 drain between that point and the point where we're getting no flow. It makes absolutely zero sense. 132. So I don't know where the water's going. All right, you guys like a loop. I hate adding a new design element. I really, really do. But I'm completely out of ideas here. Something's broken. I don't know. I don't know. I know that a lot of people like their loops. I haven't had success with it, but I'm willing to try. We could split it over there. Yeah, why don't we split it over there? I've just never had a lot of good luck with this. I'm willing to try it though. Yeah. Dylan, man, I feel your frustration had similar issues with my rocket fuel factory. I mean, I turned off all the machines and waited for pipes to fill. I mean, I've done that too. All right. Well, everything was working. Everything was filled. It was all perfect. It works. And then it stops working. So that's, I can get everything filled and it works. It worked for hours. 100%. We checked it. Okay. And then I come back and I look and it's not working anymore. Okay. So it's not the fact that the machines aren't filled. Okay. I can get them filled. They won't stay filled. And really what I think this is, what I think I'm doing right now, I know this is not necessary. So this isn't really the fix. This is a workaround. This is a workaround around whatever is the problem. Does that make sense? It's not really the problem. I know this isn't a problem. I know that this is not required. But doing this, if it fixes it, all it did was work around a problem. Maybe some junction or some pipe over there is bugged, and because now I'm feeding it on each end, now it starts to work because it can access it from each side. But what is this gonna do? This is gonna make backflow somewhere. Now I can actually afford some backflow. Why? Because I'm putting 600 into this system that only needs 500. It's insane that I'm not getting the water. No, I checked at the end of the last VOD. I went through and looked at every single machine, all 26 of them, and they were all at 100%. They were all at 50 out of 50 in the water. They were all filled. Are you pumping from a fluid buffer below or pumping into a fluid buffer above? Are you pumping from a fluid buffer below? But I was doing both. It's not a fluid buffer problem. I did have this set up with the water. I removed it because it wasn't working anyway. And I don't need to, because this pipe right here, this is a fluid buffer. This is a fluid buffer of 5.1 meters cubed. Okay, this is my high point of a fluid buffer. I'm pumping up. This is my high points right here. After this, they drop down into the machines. Okay, so you don't need a fluid buffer at your head lift high point. I always love to do that. That's my favorite thing to do, because I can look at it and I can get in and fill rate, drain rate, right, which is more information than just flow rate, right? But I removed them because they weren't working. No, it was working completely. All lights were green. I've had all of these lights green several times. Now, did it run long enough for the average to go up to 100 all the way? I don't know for certain, but I guarantee you all these lights were green for a significant amount of time. If you had a different pipe skin, you might have that flow direction indicator. That just tells you that there's water in the pipe. That doesn't tell you anything useful. I already know there's water in the pipe. This doesn't tell me anything useful. Right? Is there water in the pipe? I don't need to know that. I need to know. And now, because I'm splitting this, now it makes sense that I'm not getting 600 flow, I'm getting 300. And it makes sense that it's not fully backed up. But this is the loop feeding from each end of my manifold, of my pipe manifold. This is the implementation of that. And I'm going to look at these, and maybe they all say 50 out of 50, but how long does this last? I don't know. And maybe something's bugging on a reload. Maybe when I come back into the game, I don't know. It seemed to be working when I logged out last time, and I don't think it's 1.1. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think so. This all seems to be working to me. And by the way, I didn't need to do that on all the rest of these. All the rest of these are perfectly fine, right? This guy, he goes all the way down, he comes all the way back. He's green. He's been green the whole time, right? These guys work off the same damn system, right? So what's different between this one and that one over there? I have no idea, because it's that one didn't need a loop. Why did I need a loop here? So anyway, let's go ahead and put we're on the second floor here. Let's go ahead and put a let's put a loop in on the second floor, and then how's my time, man? I've been ranting and dealing with this. We got barely any planning done on the aluminum factory. Well, they're all white. There's no red there. I'm not gonna touch something that's working. Up. Had to open my big fat mouth. All right. Let's go ahead and do it. I'll do the same loop here. I have no idea why this one is screwed up and the other ones aren't. I'll put the loop in. Honestly, I think this loop is basically like a crutch. It shouldn't be needed. I think it's a common thing that we all do when we say, oh, well, I looped it and that fixed it. But really, did it though? It just kind of was a workaround. Which, hey, you know what? At this point, I'm fine. I'll take a workaround or a reach around anytime. I'm about done with this. This is the last power plant that we build, though. We're gonna have to deal with liquids and stuff in the future, but this is the last one where there's so much liquid in one place. Sorry. You assume the utilization on the machines are 100%? No, they're not. That's the problem. It's not getting the water it needs, so it's not at 100%. Unfortunately, I find the only good way to help is to get a copy of the save or even get into the game to check things. Steam has lag, and Stream has lag, true. And it's not easy things to do for most people. No, yeah, no, I get you. Sorry about the audio, guys. The issue on my turbo fuel plant took less out than I was putting in. Every time the system filled up, the pumps and extractors starts partially draining the system, if that makes sense. It does. It does. Well, look, there's red. That red actually comes from here, which is terrible. This one over here was working. And these look like they, I mean, 97%. We had a little hiccup. I don't know. I just may have to let this go. Nobody can say I didn't try. But this set was working perfectly for a long time. You know, and I really don't think it's possible for me to run out of water down here. I mean, I suppose, but I don't think so. I have too many backups, right? Because this is a 600, and so it has to drain from both of them, not just that one, right? You'll watch it, right? And then these guys share. Everybody shares. Okay, he's just draining from that side. right? And then water is flowing from these and then out from this one, right? And these guys all share. I don't think that we're gonna have a water drain problem here, but I don't know, maybe. At this point, I can't. I'm not dealing in absolutes. No, and so did he drop because he didn't have water? No, he's got water. He dropped because now again they will drop. The flow will drop because I'm not using 600 out of 600. Okay, it'll go 600 for a while, and because I'm only using 500 out of 600, 20% of the time it's gonna drop, reduce in flow. Dylan, any number of these solutions you've tried make sense, it should work. Wish they'd rework fluids. The community isn't just making up the issues. By the way, they love the streams. Your builds are awesome. Yeah, and I don't look. Like I said, I am not an expert on everything that Coffee Stain has said about fluids. Okay, and there's probably a bunch of communication that I've missed, and I'd love to be informed if people, if you guys know things that I don't know. Very, very possible, likely even. But I can tell you what I did hear that one time was frustrating. But I tell you what, I may have to let this go. Or we're gonna spend weeks, and honestly, I'm on kind of a schedule. I'm on a bit of a schedule, and this power plant has taken forever. And now look at this. We're just losing more and more. Why is this happening? This source is from here. So what, you just don't have, you don't have your water. Why? This worked. I slowly started up this line. There's no reason that this should be at 71 flow. Well, this is the end of the line. I will admit that it is the end of the line, but it still shouldn't be at 71 flow. This uses 550 out of 600, so this one uses up the most, but it still isn't 600. Yeah, it's frustrating. This pipe worked. We got it working, and it was blasting away, and there wasn't any problems. And now all of a sudden, we don't want to provide the water. So I just don't understand it. Maybe something when I reload, something's breaking. But to be honest with you guys, I was never going to get a perfectly flat production line. It was never going to happen. Yeah, there's some red over there too. That feeder is over here. It's like the more I mess with it, the worse it gets. This is why I don't put valves or anything. Like, this loop should not make it worse. Is this the end of this one? Yeah, he's 50. I'm pretty sure you go over there. You feed. Who feeds? Yeah, this one. Yeah, I don't know. And the rocket fuel's a gas, right? So it should flow pretty perfectly fine into where they're going. Yeah, I know this is possible. That's why it's frustrating to me. I know that I have the ability to design a perfect factory, What I don't have is the ability to work around these mechanics that are poorly explained and buggy. I mean, think about the lore and what is essentially a religion that the Satisfactory community has built around how to not get bad fluid flow. You know, if you do a rain dance in the middle of the night, you know, when the moon's up, then build you know, 2 power poles backwards, then you can get this to flow at 600%. I mean, look at what Oki Sooner had me do. I don't believe that this does anything. I don't think this does jack shit. But one of my viewers convinced this would help me, so I did it. Do you think dividing the pipe into 2 different lines will fix? How would dividing it into 2? You'll have to be more specific. You have to be more specific on that. Dividing it into 2 different lines. What, like taking out 2 300s here, not combining these? I suppose, but if I did that, if I doubled the flow, I mean, like, let's say I did that. Well, that's not fixing the problem. It's just like blasting away margin of error with force. I mean, maybe it would. Maybe if I doubled up every single pipe running through here, you know, and did it, you know, and did only mark, you know, only mark 1s maybe. Well, that wouldn't even work, because these eat 100. If I didn't want to cap them, we wouldn't be able to do that. You know, just blast water up here. I suppose it could work, but I don't know, because this should work too. In theory, that should work, but in theory, I wouldn't have. I don't need to do that anyway. So theory is out the window, which is why I'm so frustrated. Right? There's no amount of work or good design that I can do to guarantee that the water goes where it needs to go. At this point, I don't believe there is. I don't know. Maybe one of these is broken. You know. You know, and it's funny because when we started this, like, this one was working perfectly fine. Well, and now it's maybe back to working, right? And now we don't have any problems here. Those are yellow. There you go. But they're probably gonna flip red here in a second. So, I don't know. I've worked this, I've reworked it, I've learned a lot. Yeah, there's the red. And it's not like we need this power to move on. It's not like everything has to be perfect. I'm way over making plastic and rubber. I'm way over making power, right? There's robustness in the fact that I'm making so much more than I need. And so I don't need this to run perfectly for everything else to work. And so maybe it's just time to let this go. You know, and if I keep coming over here and I keep being frustrated at the fact that there isn't water where there should be, you know. Yeah, we were down to 5 red lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're now to 7. How this works basically is when the rocket fuel is producing perfectly, it makes a certain amount of compacted coal per minute, and then these are on a hard with a smart splitter overflow manifold, and so it has to make it all the way around and all the way back. And so this is a measure of our percentage of efficiency. I can't remember how many of these that there are, but the average efficiency over the last, like, I don't know how many hours. I did the math on this. Where is this? It's here somewhere. It's right here. How many of them are there? 165. So if I'm missing 7 out of 165, or it would be sorry, it'd be 165 minus 7 divided by 165. 95.7% average efficiency. And by the way, we got it to 5. At one point we got it to 5. That was 97% efficiency, right? And this is measured over a very long time, because it takes a long time for it to manifold. See, like, is this going up or down? 27, 30. It's going up, right? So we're better than 95% efficient right now. But I don't know, man. Maybe this works, and then I log out, and when I log back in, it stops working again. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the fact, maybe because I'm crashing because of something else that's causing the pipes to bug. I don't know. I'm not using the max 600 Ghibli. It's not your fault. I'm not using the max 600, but even if I was, I've done it a million times. Not a million. I've done it lots of times, and I've got it to work just fine. I'm not using the max 600 in this project, but it is 100% possible to do. Again, all that does, and I don't blame anybody for doing that, and I did it myself. All that does is cover for some other kind of bug or mistake. When it all works, when everything's working, you can get it works, and you can get your 600, right? But I can't even get 500. So no, I'm not doing that. All right, let's try to think about this a little bit more. How do I get things to go like that? Is it a mod? No, I don't have any mods that do that. I have 2 mods, and none of them affect the lights in that way. I do have some edits to my engine file, some settings. I have settings changes in the game that cause this to glow. And it is, thank you for changing the subject. Okay, so the main settings changes are, well, obviously Lumen is up and it's on maximum, but also my .engine file, I have some additional commands, that console commands that get loaded every time I load the game, right? And so they one of them helps make Lumen pop more. There's some other ones that I have, but that Lumen one is big. All right, so what if we did something like, I'm really going to try to let that power plant go. I'm done. I've done good work. I've debugged it. I have made changes. I've tried different versions. I've tried more robust versions. I'm done messing with it. It is what it is, and we don't need it to be any better. So what if we use our shape here? Like the save does not require it perfection. I was the one requiring perfection. Also, why don't we, these always are on the half. So if I can remember that, I can take them off the half. And make life a little easier on myself. How to get all achievements? I have no idea. I don't play for achievements. Flemballer, I'm just gonna assume you're trolling me with that. You know, it's bad enough that I got you guys trolling the shit out of me. Of course, I probably deserve it. I want 3 on each. We need 6. I want 3 on each side. This is going to be a garage. Tail end is here. Somebody made a thing about a comparison with Factorio. I never played Factorio when the Liquid was in its prior version, but I did play it when it was in the easier to build version, and a lot of long-standing Factorio players were very, very happy with the change, and I can only hope that one day Satisfactory does something simple rather than saying, oh, it's part of the game, that's why it's hard, blah blah blah, and just saying, yeah, this is not fun and we're gonna remove it. And trust me, I love difficulty in games. I am not but what's happening there is not fun for me. I forgot to add these together. 40 plus 12, so 20 plus 6, 26. Have I beaten this game before? Actually, no. I have not. I'm almost 700 hours into this. And I don't know. Beating the game to me isn't really the goal. Building something that I'm happy with and that I'm proud of is always the goal. Yeah, they're very annoying and Satisfactory for real. Yeah, it's like I said, it's pretty much the only thing that I have a problem with in the game, you know, as a matter of, you know, principle, I guess. It's not really principle, but it's really the only thing I have a problem with. How are we going to make sure that, okay, that box is lined up in there, but is that going to be true? It's hard to tell. I don't have a good marker. 1 meter in on that side, maybe. Yeah, that's close. You really enjoy the content? Oh, thanks. I've been a little bit crabby lately because of that. So hopefully that doesn't bring any of you guys down. You know, hopefully you can laugh at me. Well, laugh with me. Cry with me. You know, but it's fine. You guys ready to hear a little bit of real talk from me? Not that I don't give you real talk at all times. No game is perfect. I love this game, as evidenced by my 2,500 hours. But when I go on to other games, I'm not going to miss this. Again, I would never tell somebody not to play this game, but right now, not exactly, you know, let's just say we're past our honeymoon phase. But the grass is always greener on the other side. Every game has bugs. So, you know, it is what it is. Mostly I'm just grousing so that I feel better about the time that I feel like I've wasted dealing with that. And there is another game that I want to finish Satisfactory, you know, in a timely manner. I wouldn't say quickly is the right word, but I want to do other stuff. You think a Mark II hover pack would be good, as in it uses batteries while you're too far away from electricity? I'd be fine with like longer. I mean, that's not a bad idea. It's kind of interesting. I wish it was a little faster. You know? $20, 1275 hours in Satisfactory, so you felt the fun of bug hunting through a number of updates from day one. Yeah, well, and to be fair, we were in early access up until last year, so, you know, I have a lot more patience for games that are very clearly, you know, nobody's trying to say that they're finished. Yes, Tyler Reed, I am absolutely 100% playing Ashes of Creation. And I'm going to be doing that. By the way, guys, I really do have to stop. We're going to wrap it up here. I have a 6-hour, pretty hard time limit on weekday nights. I have to get up. I have work. I have some reports due this week. I can't. I can't. Unfortunately, you know. What am I gonna? I guess this is gonna be our screenshot here. It's like crap. I got barely anything done over here. So we're gonna start wrapping it up. We're not done yet. But I'm an MMO player. I have been since I started playing Star Wars Galaxies when I was 18. And I will continue to play MMOs. There's a certain type of MMO that I chase, a certain feeling, PvP and sandbox. That is my, by the way, Eighth Ethereal, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. You're enjoying Dune Awakening? I was gonna play that, but I had to make a choice between Dune Awakening and Ashes of Creation, and I made the choice already. But yeah, we're gonna be setting up for Ashes, and yeah, don't let my water leakage keep me awake. I'll try not to. Oh, you know what? We get the new. So we're gonna have a little fun here, guys. We get the new picture thing. First time making a thumbnail with. I need some not. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. So yeah, we're gonna have some fun with the new picture taker. But yeah, I've already got some officers playing there. I have a ton of experience in MMOs. I want to raid lead And I want to own a city in that game. I want to be mayor, and you know, we're gonna get there. Yeah, Dune has turned out well, I will say. But again, I can't even finish Satisfactory, and I do want to get to the point where I have a lot more freedom to play games than I've had in the past. All right, so let's stay fully clear here. Let's go to the image. I mean, do a little bloom. It's kind of interesting. Don't need any of that. I like nice clean thumbnails. I'm not very happy with the light, but this is the only place I can get the shadow on this one. This isn't like a great thumbnail, but it is the foundation of our building, and that is what the point of this thing was. I tell you what, I need to get that out of my hand. Oh, that's cool. Like a quick refocus. I like that. Oh, let me get the light off. Yeah, but I do want to show my foundation here today. Let's try just a little bit more contrast. Oop. Alrighty, kind of a lame thumbnail for my first one, but that's okay. Here we can harvest spice in the future. Yeah, and by the way, I only play one MMO at a time. So it's gonna be Ashes. Now I'm not gonna play only Ashes forever. I do have a list of other games that I want to play. Let me show you that list. I think I've got it hiding somewhere. Where did I put that? There it is. I want to play Expedition 33 and Schedule 1 on this channel because I want to. I want to play The Crust and Shapes 2 on this channel because I want to. And I will probably play Factorio again. I really enjoyed it. I felt rushed because I was in the middle of this Satisfactory playthrough, which has demanded so much of my time and my brain. And I would like to play Factorio again and take my time and kind of do my thing. Solaris, Timberborn, very unlikely. They're pretty low on the priority list. Maybe I'll fuss around with Timberborn a couple times. I'm not going to play Star Citizen. I'm probably not going to play Dyson Sphere. Camelot Unchained is probably never going to turn into the game that I hoped it has, that for the last 10 years I was hoping it would be. And I think Ashes of Creation is replacing that for me. But it is what it is. Yeah, for me, for Dune, I just I had to make a choice, and I did want to play Dune. There's some building elements into it, and it would have been fun, but I've bit off a lot with this save, with this playthrough, and it's just, you know, this is one reason that I can't spend night after night after night fussing around with pipes. You know what I mean? All of this works together. I want to play some more stuff. I need to grow my channel. I'm putting a lot of effort. My daughter's putting in effort. I need to, you know, need to grow the channel, and that means more than just one game, you know. But having said that, we're gonna finish this playthrough and we're gonna do it right. I've been hearing a lot of people talk about Captain of Industry. Number 8 will take a lot of time. Dyson Sphere. I've played a little Dyson Sphere. I'm fine with it. I can't imagine playing a game of Dyson Sphere will take me longer than a game of Satisfactory. My prior playthrough was 900 hours, and I think this playthrough is going to get close to that as well, maybe more. But yeah, I probably won't play Dyson Sphere. I didn't enjoy it. Like, it was fine. But if I'm going to play another game like Satisfactory, it's going to be Factorio Round 2. It's probably not going to be Dyson's. And I really like the crust. It's a silly, like, it's a factory game, but I like the aesthetics. I like the feel of it. I really liked it. And it was very buggy and it had some problems when I first started playing it a year ago in early access. I've heard that a lot of the problems have been fixed, and so I want to get back to it. But before then, I want to play Expedition 33 and Schedule 1 because they look fun, you know, and I'm a gamer, you know, and I want to play games that are fun. But yeah, all right, well, I think that's it, guys. Game was saved. So we're going to raid with our 51 viewers. I appreciate you guys. Today was a weird stream, so I'm sorry. I'm a little bit of a funk. I was kind of tired when we first started. I got back from a party late. I've had allergies. It's not an excuse, it's just a fact. And then those stupid pipes really put me into a worse funk, and I crashed a bunch of times. Man, it's crazy. So anyway, it's all good. We're gonna focus up. We're gonna start really thinking about this aluminum factory, and you know, I really want to get this done over the next week and a half to 2 weeks. It's not a difficult factory. I don't think it's a difficult exterior build. And I'm gonna enjoy the new features for 1.1. So yeah, blueprints. Yeah, you think blueprints? Basically, everybody is basically saying blueprints or Expedition 33. And I hear most people saying Expedition 33. It'd be criminal if Expedition 33 wouldn't win, not because it's signal to the industry, which it is, but because it rightfully deserves it. Even I dislike some of the design about the experience. Yeah, that's the other reason. We need to go back to 30, 40, 50-man teams. We need to get rid of this 600-man game shit. There's not enough value in it. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. Those games just aren't very good. Most of them. You know, and people are voting with their dollars. And those games are getting wrecked. So those games are becoming extinct, and I think Expedition 33 winning Game of the Year would make it happen even faster, and I'm all for it. You know, look at Schedule 1. One dude. Imagine that guy with a team of 5. Imagine what that game would be like with a team of 5. You don't need 600. You know, you don't. I grew up on DOS games, you know, written by one dude that were some of the funnest games I've ever played. You know, Unreal Engine 5 is so powerful. A lot of the stuff, the work is baked in. So I don't know. That's just me. That's another good reason for Expedition 33 to win. But, you know, maybe call that my gaming politics. All right, guys, we're going to raid. I really appreciate everybody hanging out. If you sit and ask what sells, that's not the right starting point for making a game. Well, then you're not going to be in business very long. I don't sit around and ask what sells. Sit around and ask what gamers want. Why would you make a game that nobody wants? Make a game that gamers want to play. That means buying it. That means selling. Make a game that's fun. To me, that sounds like if you sit down and ask what sells, that's not the right starting point for making a game. To me, selling equates to people, you know, buying the game, right? Enjoying the game, playing the game. You know, and there's more subtlety than that, right? You have, you know, playtime and stuff like that. But I think it's similar but different. I think that when gaming companies sit down, they make games. If they're gamers and they make games for themselves that are fun, that other people want to play, you get things like Schedule 1 and Expedition 33. You know? Iron Sky's talking about the mechanic. Got you. What sells is a starting point to get investors involved to help pay for the game. Better games come from smaller companies that are doing it because it's fun, not to pay the bills. Right. So that's the subtlety difference there. But there is a connection, I think, between a good game that's fun and one that sells. I think you can have both. I think you should have both. I think you should. I don't think the suits should be deciding. And I think that's probably what Umit Kazan meant. I don't think there should be some analyst looking at, hey, these are the games, turn-based RPGs based on, sequels based on pre-existing IPs in, Unreal Engine 5 with, 2/3 female protagonists have been making a lot of money in the last 3 years. That's what we should make next. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that the people that are making the game should make a game that other people want to play. And to me, that means buying. If it's good, it always sells. See, I agree, Umit. That's my take on it. I'm looking at the same coin on the other side. I think we agree. What sells is the starting point. I think we're all on the same page here. I think I just kind of look at it slightly on the opposite side, because I think that you can design a game that will sell because you design it to be fun. Right? Blueprints is really good, but in late game it doesn't really respect your time. Interesting. Well, these pipe bugs certainly don't respect my time, that's for sure. All right, guys, we've chatted. I've enjoyed our bonus chat. Let's shut her down. And we're going to raid. Who are we going to raid? Fluxo, that's an easy pick. All right, guys. Twitch, really appreciate it. YouTube, a like on the VOD would be amazing if you are so inclined. And I will see you guys tomorrow. And I make a promise right now. I'm not going to fly over and look at the rocket fuel factory all day tomorrow. We're going to focus on the aluminum plant and the aluminum plant only. I promise. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Or in the Discord. Later.